Bro got a prosthetic leg on this motherfucking arm.
Alright, waiting on one more person. They put duos back on Rebirth. Call of
How many
Duty.
kids you got? 4?
Huh? We got 4 people. Yeah?
Yeah.
We got 4 people.
Y'all full? Nope. Here you go.
What you about to do?
Y'all full?
Play the fucking game. It's fucking right.
Oh.
No, nigga, we're waiting on you. Fuck, asking all these rhetorical ass questions. I'm wearing the Chinese skin.
My shit keep freezing.
Cause this shit geeking right now. I don't know why.
What you got that bullfrog?
But it's packet download.
Matter of fact, let me change my what they call my bullfrog. The fuck? What happened?
Who that is? That's Josh?
Johnny, you just changed my shit again, dude. Stop changing my damn gun.
That's Josh?
If I gotta tell you that shit one more
I'm
time,
about to meet you in
you ain't
Discord.
playing no more.
Josh?
Yeah, what's happening?
What's up, nigga?
What's happening?
This nigga the Calvin trash, man. You heard me,
Oh,
nigga?
yeah, you gotta play with Jordan. You gotta play with Jordan.
I'm fucking with the niggas, dude. I told them niggas, I'm gonna beat you up. Nigga said, I'm gonna call my daddy. I said, well, I'm gonna beat you up first before you call your daddy. This is dumb, bro. This is crazy, bro. I tell you, this dude is crazy. We waiting on this dude. I don't know where the fuck he went, but fuck him. Let's just slide.
We're gonna be running that, what's his name?
Hell no.
Oh, yeah.
To the now.
Yeah.
I hate that shit.
Nigga, y'all gotta get on that shit, nigga. I got like 40 dubs in that shit.
Fucking
I'm
Caldera
trying to
shit.
get my dubs up. Nah, the BR, Battle Royale.
Oh, yeah. Hey, y'all got an Oculus?
Yeah. Hell no.
Huh?
No, they text my girl Valentine's Day poem. I ain't got no money. She ain't getting no date. Nah. She gonna wait next weekend. Maybe next.
Should text DXV, ask somebody to call what you Fred something. When you get that girl something. You better get that girl something if you gonna ask for some coochie.
Check weapons and gear. You got time before deployment.
You said she gonna get a phone. You better get that whole birthday card.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Taking fire!
Then after that, Tell her you
Enemy
took her to
soldier
the
nearby.
finest restaurant in Chicago and fucking Colorado. Why she not happy?
Leave them the fuck alone.
You take that hoe to McDonald's and tell her you took her to 5-star restaurants on Google.
Hostiles dropping into the area.
You hear
Watch
me
the
here?
skies. Leave them the fuck alone.
They bring that hoe to McDonald's and tell me that hoe you
Practice
bring her
is
to a
over.
5-star
The
restaurant.
real
on
fight
Google.
begins now.
Gotta bring it to a bar and be like, I know that.
You gotta bring her to a bar and say what?
Tell her you know the owner.
You know the owner. Nah, bring it to the bar and just say buy
Then they
me a
get, then
drink.
they tell them you want the surf and turf. Get
On
some fish,
Gito.
get some fish nuggets.
On Gito. I'm gonna get that anyway. No, me, I'm from the South. I like that shit.
Where we going?
Bio?
Drop on a bounty.
What happened to Bio?
Man, we all spread out, bro.
On the real, nigga, like 11 niggas under me. Oh, and I picked up a shotgun.
Supply box ready for pickup. Bounty target identified. Have a little fun, yeah?
They putting new guns in here?
I don't know.
My first kill.
Ooh, yeah, they put new guns in here. Alright, 40 in the clip, 2 niggas coming.
Enemy UAV active.
I gotta shake.
I'm low-key out here.
Oh, come on, come on. Let's go to decon. There's too many. I'm buying loadout right now. Come on, come on, come on. Let's slide, let's slide. Let's go here.
Rally point mark for you.
We got those loaded in the circle. Ain't nobody hit right here.
Loadout
Loadout
drop headed your
coming.
way.
I think I hit somebody. I don't know. Yeah, I do. He upstairs, y'all.
You're losing ground. Move it. Contract failed. Your time ran out.
Hey, hold out on getting that loadout so I can get it. He upstairs camping right behind the wall.
First level, second.
Last level.
Third.
On top. Next level. It's the top level. He
Oh,
gonna
that's
get
some
the whole
bullshit.
team
Come
killed.
on, hey, go touch. I broke him. I broke him. I broke him. Push up there. Push up there. Push up there. I broke him. He broke him. Yeah.
This nigga got back up, bro. Oh. I need to get my purse.
You don't even want to load out.
Hold up, don't hit loadout. I need to get my purse back. Don't hit loadout yet.
25 remaining.
What do you mean? It's right here.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
What are you talking about?
I know, I was trying to get my purse.
Alright, niggas got that loadout over there too.
Where?
On my
Gas
on
is
green team.
inbound. Marking new safe
They
zone.
already got them
Thief.
off.
We gotta move right. Let's move right.
Targeting me.
Alright, they up in there, just so y'all know.
They're right here.
Enemy UAV active. I'm taking
Kill one now. Where y'all at?
On decon.
Migo, where you at? Oh, Migo, you tripping.
I'm hit.
No way I missed that knife, bro. I died with a bag on me too. I was trying to slide, y'all. Y'all gotta
here.
come with me, bro.
There
I
you
wanna
go.
get some kills.
One that.
He down. Clean him up.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You need to get a UAV here.
I got one. Get this dirty down, need it.
Allied UAV overhead.
Gotta get another one.
Alright, go grab that bounty. Fuck, I go get it.
Mark.
Enemy UAV active. Enemy UAV active. Bounty target identified.
Hey, come on, let's go to decon, yo. Them niggas just killed me. I'm gonna get back.
Oh man, you on some get back. We trying to win.
Fuck you, man. We gotta kill everybody to win. Let's kill
No, we
everybody.
don't.
No, we
Niggas
don't.
be die out.
Man, let's
Niggas
go,
should die
man.
out.
Shut your scary ass up.
You've got gas moving in.
Scary. Hey, stay
Nigga got
alive, man.
4
Stay,
kills,
stay,
man.
stay on your feet. What you talking about? Stay on your feet, man. Go get
I
that
got a
bounty so we
fucking
can get
donut
that
right
bread.
now.
Hostile dropping into the area.
Right here, right here, right here.
Look, you ain't even shooting. Look, all that goddamn
We're in
shooting you
safe
doing,
zone.
you ain't
Watch
hitting
for enemy.
nothing.
Hold up, I'm about to
Bounty
get go.
target is down. Marvelous.
Alright, let's go.
Look, Glenn, remember we used to play this shit way back in the day?
Yeah.
Not on, what's the name?
Not on,
though?
yeah. Oh shit, what the fuck?
Somebody, oh shit. Yeah,
Yo, y'all
that's
get
that
out,
new
get
shit
out.
that's going on. Yeah, that's that new shit. We need another
That
bounty.
shit stick for a minute? What the fuck? Hold up. What the fuck?
Mark some gear.
Alright.
I'm in their sights.
Yeah, I think other people do that shit or some shit like that. Go get this bounty.
Probably a valve you release or something. Check the heartbeat.
Enemy dropping
Oh,
into
that
the
motherfucker
AO.
down there. We can get
Objective is
this.
to eliminate the bounty target.
Stay on the roof.
Yeah.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone. Fire sale is active. Buy
Oh,
station
it's about
costs are
40
adjusted.
motherfuckers right here, south.
God damn. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, y'all. Come on, upstairs.
Come on, what?
I just smoked one. He had a gas mask.
He's right, he's right.
Oh, yo, he coming. Oh, no.
He's right here, he's right, he's right.
Man, I don't see y'all. How y'all get up there? How y'all get up there?
I'm taking fire.
Bounty target is down.
Let's say my UAV.
Y'all still think they up here?
Can we get area
He
recon?
right
One
here.
on the roof. Get down,
Oh,
get
he
down,
got
get down.
down.
Sniper, sniper, sniper.
Oh, shit.
Sniper
He up
enemy.
in here.
Finish
What the
this.
fuck?
25 remain. Inside that time, but we'll settle the score.
They're targeting me.
Oh, they got my focus.
UAV is out of fuel.
We ain't get the dub.
I couldn't find that nigga, bro. When I jumping up, I couldn't find that nigga. Y'all, we was supposed to. If we was together, we
He
would have
can't.
all won that shit. Hold on, though.
Nah, you chasing kills. We ain't gonna never win like that. That nigga, nigga that wasn't goddamn he ghosted killed us. He ain't even have his loadout. He killed 3 motherfuckers.
I forgot. I told you.
Hey, what an ashtray. Your little lazy self up. We'll see. Make sure I like that then too.
Yeah, I need like 5 minutes. I'm about to make some food right quick. Well, yeah. Y'all run duos right quick. I'm about to get off for a second. I'm about to make some food and then watch video, eat that shit, and I'm coming back. Oh, that nigga got off. That nigga left. Hey, look.
Use this time to train a bit. We'll be deploying soon.
Hey. I'll be back on in like 20, 30 minutes. Hold on. I'm about to go make some food.
Don't use that stove. Y'all already using it, now you gotta tell me that shit smoking and I'm not even gonna lie, bitch. That one been smoking though. Use that back one right behind it. I cleaned that one out all the way. Look at the one in the front back on the left. That shit right. That one? Or this one? That one cleaned out all the way. The top left one. I took it out. What about the bottom left one? No, is the stove burning? Did you put grease on the burner? I like it on the stove like that.
Yeah, don't look like he's going. Bless BR. What? Man, how bro shit say 37? Can't hear it. You must been on this motherfucker song today.
Nah. That's my
Your
first
shit
game.
say, man, why your shit say 37 then?
37?
Yeah,
Am I right?
yeah.
Play this shit a lot.
Nah, but it just started over today though. Everybody shit started over.
I don't
That's
know.
all. That's all I'm trying to see why yours say 37.
That's what you showing me.
It's crazy. Okay. Come on. How you go look at somebody like they shit to see what they be doing?
Hey, records,
Yeah.
barracks.
Barracks?
Yeah,
No, not mine. I'm trying to look at Migo.
yeah. You go to barracks and you go to records, and then you go to whatever you want to look at, and it'll show you.
I can look at Migo though.
Yeah, it'll
That nigga's
compare it.
muted.
It'll compare it. All your
Muted ass niggas.
And they're only
friendship.
because I fear those women that have done terrible things.
Yo,
Yeah, I'm
My
trying to look
play,
at
code.
we
your
on we
win.
on Call of Duty.
Y'all on Call of Duty?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna turn my shit on.
I
I'm
don't see his
smoking. I'll be
name on
on in
here.
like 5 minutes.
Alright.
I bet.
Bread on deck. On deck. You know.
Migo, I'm trying to look at your record.
I know my name started like this bitch. I don't know why everybody remember my last name. JR remember my fucking last name.
You hear me?
He was like, when I went in there, I told him to fix something on my time.
Yeah.
Mansion. I said, I'm thinking
Yeah. You go to records and you go to leaderboards and you go to wins.
I know how to look at mine.
Nah, but like I can see he got 6 wins. I can see like it get all my friends up here.
Damn. Okay, you barracks. I'm on the barracks. Boom. I'm at barracks. Go down the record. I'm at record.
Yeah, and then go to wins. Third one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it should have all your friends like in rank.
Hell nah, it's showing me the top motherfuckers on here. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
filter it. You gotta filter it to your friends.
oh, okay. Damn. Oh, damn, I'm 10th and my friend list. Damn. Oh, man, I'll be okay.
Oh no, I'm tripping. You gotta don't go to wins.
Nah,
Go to resurgence. You gotta go to resurgence.
yeah, nah, that's what I be on, though. I be on this Battle Royale shit. So, I mean, the Warzone shit. So, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah. That's how you do it. Damn, Ray got 132. Oh, man, that nigga, boy, my shit up there. I got 40. And I only got, I ain't even got that much gameplay. I just got my shit last year. Damn, I need to be playing with you. Damn, I passed my cousin in that shit. Yeah, see, my son be playing the other shit. What you say, Resurgence? Yeah, my son be playing that
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, Migo, he got 81 wins. I don't even play that shit. What cuz got? Damn, Pluto got 1,000 wins on this motherfucker. Pluto be going the fuck off. That way be trying to play with. Oh, what cuz is it? Boy, you getting them dubs, don't you, Dre? I don't see what side. Put I mean, cool. Cool. Junior only got six. Damn. I don't see Cool's name on here. I don't see Cool's shit on here. What do you be playing? Plunder. I think Cool's be playing Plunder. You over big homie, that's you over big homie. What the Cubs be playing?
Nigga taking a long time to get something to eat.
Well, that nigga said 5 minutes, then. I only got 18 days and 8 hours gameplay and got like 40 wins and battle royal. But my son be making my fucking time go up now because he be on my shit more than I do. So my shit really not accurate no more. So he kind of making me look bad on my shit. Man, get your ass off me. Yeah, what big homie name is? Oh, that nigga up there. Boy got 117 days in this motherfucker. Yeah, Dre, you finna have to stop playing my shit so much, cause look at my record up. You gonna have to play that shit on the phone. Oh, unless I get that new PS5 or something. You gonna have to get your ass an Xbox or something. Oh, somebody's talking about an update. Amigo, did you have to cook this shit too? DK, so you ain't doing nothing. What? Yeah, you was asleep. Yeah, go right there, Dre. Yeah, Yeah, because you turned the light off. You didn't even look. Stop, boy. Yeah. Don't show. Ain't no on.
Yo.
Ain't no yo.
I eat some food, man. Y'all niggas run the game. Y'all get back, I'll be done.
Man. Run that shit. Get some seasoning to put on there. No. Get the seasoning. Get the green thing. Boy, put that back. You don't hear me? Move that stuff over. The other one. Them two in the front. Move that. Move it. Yeah, move it. Now get that green can. Bring it to me. And bring me that plate. Can y'all back butt? I can't goddamn see. Here. What do you say? Migo, you gonna go to the screen?
Huh?
You gonna go to the screen? You gonna go to the screen?
What screen?
Yeah. You don't see what it's on? You gotta press X, don't you?
You right.
Yo.
Y'all shit ain't jump back?
Huh?
He been here.
Y'all run the match and join me after.
What?
Run the match and join me after, bitch.
You said run the match and join you after?
Yeah, he's
y'all
still.
can duels. I fuck it.
Nigga, if you eating, I'm about to eat too, then nigga, I ain't know you taking that long.
Dude finna go on a date.
Yeah, dude.
Was that? Yeah, you finna go on a date. It's Valentine's Day and shit.
Patience from Ben here.
Hi everyone, welcome to Mysterious 5, and today we're going to talk about decades-old cold cases that were solved in 2021. Our first case is the case of Kara Enid Vaughn. Kara Enid Vaughn was a 40-year-old woman who was a diabetic, on medication, and had more troubles than she could share with anyone. Surrounded by family and friends, Kara Enid Vaughn still felt mostly alone in the town of Natchitoches Parish. One day, she approached her older sister, Lynn Vaughn, who was an anchor for CNN Headline News at the time, and threatened to drive into the Cane River. Then, in 1993, Kara left her house with only a small amount of cash, the keys to her Honda Civic, got in a car, and never returned. When her sister couldn't find her and her vehicle at home or anywhere else, she panicked and informed the sheriff's office that her sister had gone missing. She also reported her sister's vehicle missing. The investigators exhausted all the options they could find. Serial killers were operating near the county along the Shreveport corridor, so her sister feared that one of them might have come into town and had her sister. However, there was no way to be sure. No leads or evidence pointed in the way of any serial killer. The case, unfortunately, was getting cold. Lynn informed the police about her sister's threat to drive into the Cane River, which was south of their county. The investigation unit was unsure of where to begin, but they searched as thoroughly as they could, but nothing turned up. The years passed by, and it looked like the Vaughn family would never get closure.
Now you can have an expert do your taxes for you. 100% free. Simple tax returns only. Must file by March 31st.
Yo.
You can't expect your team to manage work with this. With Monday.com's flexible management system, however, you can shape it to the exact way you and your team work. It's surprisingly easy.
In 2012, 19 years after Kara disappeared, her mother passed away without knowing what had happened to her daughter. Years went by and still there was no lead, no sign of Kara, and no clues to help the police move a case towards finding her. Lynn Vaughn, her sister, would later say that there were times she would beg God not to let her die without knowing what had happened to the sister she had grown up with. 28 years went by and still there was no lead, no sign of Kara, and no clues to help the police move a case towards finding her. Lynn Vaughn, her sister, would later say that there were times she would beg God not to let her die without knowing what had happened to the sister she had grown up with. 28 years passed by, and in March 2021, the sheriff's office got a call. It was a fisherman, and he had spotted a vehicle somewhere in the Cane River. On March 12, 2021, the sheriff's office dive team searched the river, and by March 15th, the dive team, along with the Calcasieu Parish Marine Unit, found a Honda Civic, the same vehicle that Vaughn had reported missing. The divers got into the vehicle and were able to retrieve human remains and identification that revealed that the remains were those of Kara Vaughn. However, to be completely certain, the sheriff sent the remains for scientific tests to confirm the identity of the remains. The test confirmed that she was indeed Kara Vaughn. When the Vaughn family was notified, it was a bittersweet experience for them. Lynn, while broken by the discovery, was somehow relieved to know that her sister had since been reunited with her mother. Angela was Angela was born in Escondido, California, and spent most of her childhood there. Not long after she was done with middle school, her family relocated to Fulton County in Salem, Arizona. This new home was rural, communal, and set in farming country in the foothills of the Ozarks. Somehow, Angela, or Angie as she was fondly called, adjusted to the new environment. Angie was blonde, blue-eyed, and petite at only 5'3" tall and 100 pounds. She made a tight circle of friends who would describe her as outgoing, fun, and good spirited. Another friend said she was dramatic, loud, and much fun, and always trying to make a joke to make people laugh. Sometimes she would even pull pranks. There was hardly a dull moment around Angie. Unfortunately, while Angie had good friends, the same could not be said about the men in her life.
Anyone use that gear?
Y'all good?
Enemy UAV active.
I hear somebody.
Supply box ready for pickup.
Yeah, they got niggas on us. Him. Oh, on me. On me. Fuck, that nigga blew me off.
Enemy UAV active.
Taking a lot of heat. Damn good shot.
That nigga must have planted a C4 right there or some shit.
This nigga just take. Oh, you got a whole missile, nigga. You didn't even want to get that.
say get a load out.
Somebody right behind you. Yo, look at.
Got a loadout drop inbound. Gas is inbound. Enemy UAV active. Enemy UAV active.
Nigga stole my kill.
Enemy dropping into the
Oh,
AO.
you about to die.
Somebody else just dropped on the roof.
Nigga in the back. Nigga in the back. You right here. He's right here. He inside.
Yeah, he upstairs.
AT-minus prime.
I got him. Oh, he downstairs.
He upstairs.
Down them.
What the fuck they
Tap
at?
me.
Another one for you. Can't kick it on my watch.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
This is so unfriendly.
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Ooh, boy, you scared shit out.
Enemy UAV active. Only 25 remain.
Let's move.
Which way?
Oh no, let me get a cluster.
Who on me?
Move it.
Gotta go around on them.
Hold up, I need a cluster.
I got one.
Another one. On me.
Allied
I got the
cluster
drop on
strike
him.
arriving.
He low. Nigga, one shot. All I need is one more bullet on that bitch. Yeah, and there you go back.
Target right here.
Somebody just smacked this stupid.
They got more.
Never you got
Yeah. They got more of them though.
I think they're hiding in that building.
Yeah.
Hold up, I'm not with
Alright,
No.
come on, let's go in bottom of prison. Look right here.
Move it.
you. They in that building now.
Marking the enemy target.
He low. I lit his ass up.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
At prison. Hey, let's get the fuck out of here. They got too many people on top of it. Come on. Oh, never mind.
Where you
Come
was
through
at,
the bottom of prison.
Inside.
Yeah, boy, I seen him in the future there. Fuck that the fuck.
Fuck, bruh. There's so many fucking bodies in there, bruh. I got hit markers on something that wasn't even him.
Got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Can't give up yet.
Enemy UAV active. Fire sale is active. Buy station costs are adjusted.
Hey, y'all come get me? No. No.
Oh, me.
Angela had a terrible taste in men. Insane. She had 2 kids for her 2 exes and settled for a boyfriend who was, in a way, her husband, and the only one of the 3 she didn't have a child for.
Found him.
The names of her 2 sons were Michael, Mikey, Retu, and Matthew. One afternoon, Angie would vanish under mysterious circumstances in the summer of 2002. But before we get into that, let's take a look at her love life, because they are important pieces in the events that led to her disappearance. Angie's first boyfriend was Tommy Retu, and he was the father of her first son, Michael. They had him when they were just teenagers. Tommy was known to always be in trouble, always getting arrested, and hopelessly hooked on them. However, at the very least, he did his best to be involved in his son's life. Angie's second boyfriend was Jeremy Niederbrock. They never got married, but they also had a child together, Angie's younger son, Matthew. Jeremy was considered by law enforcement to be a habitual...
Nigga, that nigga low as a motherfucker. Come get me, hurry up. They got another nigga. He coming.
Who the fuck is that?
Damn, boy, that nigga went to sin in them bitches.
That's another team.
10 remaining. Keep fighting.
Ooh, gonna die.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone highlighted. Victory rests on your shoulders. Finish the mission.
I ain't get a single kill, like, what's that?
Bounty target identified. Have a little fun, yeah?
I have a scar right here. Try to get as much money as possible. Try to find me a motherfucking...
What?
Well, I froze. Oh shit. I shit tripping.
Man, that shit was fake, bro.
I don't know if I'm stretching it or pulling it. Can't be.
Offender who had been in and out of custody for nearly 2 decades. Between 2004 and 2019, he was arrested 9 times for felony charges that ranged from drugs to theft to domestic abuse. Angie's third boyfriend and husband was James Cox. They never had a kid together, and months before Angie would disappear, they were involved in a head-on collision that would lead to 2 fatalities. Cox was arrested and jailed due to an outstanding court warrant when the sheriff discovered he had in his possession a .22 rifle, leading to arrest for a Class B felony, possession of a firearm. This effectively made Angie a single mother with 2 toddlers to care for. From that moment up till when Angie would go missing, James Cox would remain in prison. Angie and her oldest son vanished from a town 40 miles northeast of where she lived most of her life. Both towns were small and rural. Alton had a population of roughly 840 people, with only 350 households. Salem, on the other hand, was slightly bigger, with 1,600 people. It was Tommy Retu, Mikey's dad, who reported his son missing. James Cox was armed. This effectively discovered he had in his possession a .22 rifle, leading to arrest for a Class B felony, possession of a firearm. This effectively made Angie a single mother with 2 toddlers to care for. From that moment up till when Angie would go missing, James Cox would remain in prison. Angie and her oldest son vanished from a town 40 miles northeast of where she lived most of her life. Both towns were small and rural. Alton had a population of roughly 840 people, with only 350 households. Salem, on the other hand, was slightly bigger, with 1,600 people. It was Tommy Retu, Mikey's dad, who reported his son missing to Fulton County authorities a day after their disappearance. Sheriff of the county, Albert Al Rourke, took the information and filed a missing persons report for the 4-year-old. Mickey was described as a 4-year-old boy standing at 3 foot tall with light brown hair and brown eyes who weighed between 40 and 50 pounds. But Angie, who was well known in nearby Salem, Arkansas, would vanish into thin air without a report, an inquiry, or any official notice about her whereabouts. It wasn't until nearly 2 years later, in May 2004, that her mother, Lorna Poole, reported her missing to authorities. Nearly 2 full years after the sheriff received information about Mickey, his office filed an official missing persons report for Angela Mack. The sheriff's office gave the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NAMUS, Angie's identifying information, but the photo they supplied was not Angie. Rather, a woman peripherally tied to Michael's father named Holly Markham Brackett. The sheriff stated he was not the individual who submitted the wrong photo. While it is not strange to delay searching for a missing adult, in this situation, the circumstances should have thrown up a few red flags for the sheriff's department. Mothers, especially sole caregivers, rarely abandon their young children. However, the fact that Angie's mother also didn't report her missing also complicated matters further and made the search for Angie's whereabouts a lot harder for the case. Thankfully, a new investigator in the sheriff's department was eventually assigned to Angie's case. Dale Weaver was a seasoned law enforcement professional who knew Fulton County well, and he began seeking new leads for the cold case in 2020. Several theories sprung up about what might have happened to the 4-year-old and his mother. Some were bizarre, like Angie trading her son for a bus ticket, while others seemed to be the likely cause. It was believed by some that he was murdered the same night Angie vanished. However, no one was able to say what exactly happened. In the meantime, and while Angie's husband was still in prison, her second boyfriend, or someone pretending to be him, got on the Charlie Project website and posted wild suggestions as to her disappearance. He said, "Rumor is Angie overdosed and the group she was with buried her body on top of a grave on a property in Arkansas." Sheriff Al Rourke said, her second boyfriend, or someone pretending to be him, got on the Charlie Project website and posted wild suggestions as to her disappearance. He said, "Rumor is Angie overdosed and the group she was with buried her body on top of a grave on a property in Arkansas." Sheriff Al Rourke has never taken it seriously. Mikey was supposedly being taken care of by someone else, and she never returned, and they never turned him over. Another person, a friend of Angie called Rachel Deanne, also posted something similar, but on a different website. She said, "The confession I heard was that she was buried near the property or on the property where the Buchanan shooting happened. I tried calling state police and everyone was putting it on my Facebook at the time I found out. I knew Angie in 1999. I was married to the guy who confessed." The truth of these claims could not be verified because there were no leads and the police were either stalling or something more sinister. However, it still looked like the police were folding their arms on the issue. Angie's first boyfriend, Tommy Retu, who reported his son missing, sadly died after being arrested following a traffic stop. He had gotten into a physical scuffle with the police during his arrest. After being placed in a holding cell, he told another inmate he swallowed 2 grams of black tar heroin and 8 grams of methamphetamine. Tommy would complain of leg pain, become lethargic before vomiting and convulsing. He died later that night after being transported to a nearby hospital by jail staff. An investigation into Retu's death indicated he was left in a cell without being checked on for an hour and a half. Jail staff believed him to be detoxing and were distracted by another inmate who committed suicide. Concerning suspicions about his involvement with Angie's disappearance, Retu was cleared by the investigation team. It was also very unlikely that he would kill Angie and his son since he didn't have any history of that behavior. He was on very good terms with Angie before her disappearance and had unlimited access to his son, whose life he was heavily involved in. Years passed, investigation stalled, and the case went cold until October 2020.
Downstairs.
Nam Hughes was able to discover that Angie had left Mickey with a couple who lived in Alton, Missouri, a few weeks before her disappearance in September 2002.
On the second floor of this building.
It was also discovered that she wanted the couple to adopt Mickey, and they had agreed before Angie left for California. However, Angie changed her mind and bought a bus ticket for Springfield, Missouri, to come to collect her son. She was picked up from the bus station by at least one of the couples involved in the adoption and taken to their residence. This was where the trail stopped for Angie. This was also the first considerable solid progress.
Damn, they still got niggas battling on the roof and shit.
It's cool right there. Oh yeah, good shit, Migo. There's more coming down. Fuck out of here, pussy.
There are 24 enemies active. Kill them all.
I'll whoop that nigga ass. Ooh, that shotgun.
Under heavy rain here.
Enemy soldier nearby. You're being tracked by an enemy team. Tread carefully.
Enemies right there.
Allied cluster strike arriving.
meters.
Hey, you low up top.
On me.
You one shot, literally.
Contact!
He might have dropped downstairs.
Oh, he fell on me. He low. One shot. They got 2 of them downstairs.
What? Yo, I lasered that and I don't even know I'm still alive.
I'm going to stop the prison. Fuck all that. I know I'm out that loadout. I'm right here. Y'all good. Y'all could come land. Watch right here.
Move it.
Oh, I'm tripping.
Come on, right out of here.
Plates and everything in here.
Hold up, I gotta get right.
I got plates. Anybody need plates?
Hey, look, I got a box.
Armor's here. Enemy UAV
I'm
active.
gonna drop 5. Not that. No, you're not.
Enemy UAV active.
Hey, y'all come to me.
Come on, bro, stairs.
I'm trying to find somebody in this bitch. Oh, squad behind.
Grab that armor.
Ran up on you.
They ain't here.
Enemies right there.
Oh, I see him. To the left, to the right, over here. Okay, he's one in this door right now. Oh, I'm tripping, but it's you.
Hey, the other one right here.
Enemy cluster strike. Watch your heads.
Yo, I got a bunch of them broke over here.
Oh, I got that plus on.
I need y'all help.
Can't move.
Sniper.
Can't move on y'all here. What up? Alright, I'm coming.
They're running out the back.
I'm
Going
going
upstairs
around.
from the top.
I'm going around through the back.
Not bad, bud.
They all right here. They right here. They're sitting in the corner. You can get them. They little pussies.
Hold up, my
They just standing in the corner.
I'm fucking playing.
Good shit.
Oh, ooh, I need this. Oh, niggas. Oh, my person.
Scrap the contract. It's over.
Give me some money. Let me get a UAV.
Taking a lot of
Ooh. That's.
Hostile dropping into the area. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
At that window, yeah.
Buy station costs are adjusting.
Man, no,
I can hit niggas around us. Yeah, slide. I'm about to put a claymore right here.
Contact front.
I'm under fire.
Another one for you. Not your best day, huh?
Come on.
Can't do it on my watch.
Pick him up, pick him up.
We came up just in time too. Hey, we need that fire test. We'll get a self-revive.
Yeah, that part. Man, they had niggas at that window still.
Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal.
Can we get area recon?
UAV giving fire.
Grab that armor.
Y'all trying to push?
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Broke them.
Oh, they got niggas behind us too. They got niggas inside of where we was just at.
Losing ground. Move it.
Come on, turn around.
Shit.
UAV is out of fuel. Turning for
Come on,
resupply.
to the right, to the right. They went in.
I'm about to execute them. Never mind.
Y'all got people on me?
Oh, yeah. I'm naked right now. Just on, man.
You're not good enough, brother.
Hold up.
Come on, yo, come on. Teamwork.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Let me get that
The knife before you even got to drop to the ground. What's up? Hey, somebody shot a grenade at us?
Somebody still outside. Somebody outside.
Yeah, to the left.
Hit him. Fuck, I lost my goddamn perk, y'all. We need another loadie.
At the window,
Top window. And y'all gotta buy it.
He low.
Oh, they on both sides of us?
Fuck. Tried to get you.
Get downstairs.
I'll buy one of y'all back.
Buy me back. I had money on me. Pick up this money, you can buy both of us though.
Victory is within reach.
You need to turn around here. Another one in there. Pick up that
I need
bread
you
right
to
there.
cover me, bro,
Oh, no.
so I can buy somebody.
Hold up, bro. Hold up.
Yeah.
They got lots to go.
Trying to tell you, boy, niggas gonna hop out that bitch. Hang, 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 hang.
Hang, hang. Hang, 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 hang. Stupid.
Hang, hang, hang.
Bitch, fuck all that. We getting close. I'm a sniper right now. You hear me? Oh, Lord. I ain't gonna lie, boy. I can't buy out the back. Here, look. You can get this bridge, try to buy them back. I ain't ripping it.
I just bought one of them.
Hell yeah. Grab that cash.
I down one downstairs. I down one downstairs.
Buy you. Oh, yeah. Look, I got a cluster.
5 remaining.
Got me in their crosshairs.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Oh, on me.
All enemy teams have been wiped out.
Let's get it. Stop fucking playing, man. I'm a dog, man. 10 kills.
13 for B.
How many I have? Can you see?
10.
10.
Shit.
And I got the most damage.
Look, boy, the whole team cut up real quick.
Let's go.
Got it, cut that, nigga. That's how you catch Dubz, but you gotta kill a whole lobby, you dig? Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't nothing but a piece of bologna and you ain't gonna grow up to be shit, nigga. That's why you lost. That's like the most trashiest meat you can eat is bologna. Like, coming from the hood, hell yeah. Coming from the fucking hood. You remember them bologna sandwiches? Straight bologna and bread, nigga. Bologna and bread, nigga. Fucking bologna and motherfucking cheese. Fucking mayonnaise on that bitch.
Syrup sandwiches.
Bitch ass, boy. Fucking ass, bro. I remember one day I put the fucking cheese at the bottom, then slapped the meat on top.
Use
and I
this
wonder why the
time to train a
microwave
bit. We'll be
smoking.
deploying soon.
You hear me? This fucking map doing that teeth and shit.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Bitch, I didn't put noodles in the microwave without no water. Bitch. Y'all can't tell me I ain't never did no dumb shit like that.
No, bro, I ain't gonna lie. Nigga put some aluminum foil in that bitch one time.
Oh, everybody had to learn with that. Oh, you put a wet spoon in some grease before?
Nigga said a wet spoon.
Boy,
A wet spoon and some grease. Oh, you talking about, yeah, like when you rinse that hoe off and that grease hot as a motherfucker?
Yeah. Like, I don't know if it's a
Yeah.
wet spoon, but something I had to learn that, nigga, water make grease fucking catch on fire.
Fucking right.
Hold up, man.
Not good enough.
Nigga said I'm not good enough.
Niggas just throwing rockets.
That's why she don't take them out. That's why she don't take them out, bitch. I can't fuck with no bald head, bitch, bro.
No way.
I fucking hate that shit, bro.
Bitch won't have every 2 days.
Hold on, man. Somebody calling me. Hello? Playing some Warzone, what you doing?
Don't make her cry.
Where we at with it?
To go,
Discord, hold on.
Go to chemical.
And my fucking map
yeah,
tripping, bro.
fuck with it. Fuck with it.
I'm playing this dumbass game on my map tripping.
I got that scav.
Hop MVC.
Hey.
Froze. Oh, my shit froze.
Yeah, but my shit did too.
Yeah, my guy wasn't even moving. He was just standing in the corner. This dude think he did something.
Shit tripping.
That's the guy that killed me. Oh, it's two of
Where
them.
you at?
I'm dropping.
Where you at? Come on.
And they put us mad far. Migo, turn around, Migo.
I'm rolling up this L.
Oh, man, this bitch took decades to fucking reload.
Yo, bro, they put me all the way on the other side of the map.
Fuck.
I'm too glitchy to go over there.
Yo.
Yeah, this shit tripping. I ain't lying.
I didn't even have a chance to fight.
Yeah, this shit tripping hard. Let me see. I'm finna just land right here, security area.
Yo.
Try to give me a loadout or some shit. I'll get y'all in the helicopter.
Yeah, what's them? These L's rolling the L. Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Y'all got mad plates on me if you wanna come over here. No,
not off on the game. You said you on Warzone?
Yeah, I got a full party right now.
See.
You ain't got no homies in there, bro.
I tell you what, this other nigga don't put no. If he put in the same amount of work that he did last game, then I'm topping him.
What you talking about?
Enemy UAV
Real partner with them 3 kills. Get a nigga in here that's gonna get 10 kills. We're gonna be straight. We're gonna get out the game with 40 kills.
Fucking man, boy.
We dropped a A. Was you with us when we dropped that 35 kill game last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
That was
We just dropped another.
with
With his 3 kills, we just dropped another 33 kill game.
Bruh.
Yes, sir.
We would have 40, bro. We would have 40, bro.
There's a whole team there. I lasered the one dude though.
Yeah, the whole 40.
We need loaded.
You got enough.
Hey, we can't get that shit. It's too far. It's too far.
Oh, we fucked. Yeah.
That we could take this car.
Show you some too far.
Yeah, we get that.
Corner.
Oh, E, nigga.
There's people in here.
Nigga, I can
Don't
see through
stop,
the
don't
walls
stop,
in that
don't stop.
bitch.
Don't stop, yeah.
I can see through the walls. Can y'all see through the walls?
Nah, there's people right here.
Everybody shooting at it. Don't stop right here either. Oh, I lit him up. He low.
Right there, bud.
Oh, come out.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Oh, get him too. Yeah. That boy got the fuck.
We've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
He hit me.
Got him. Up there. Fuck, he got me. He low.
Man, we dropped like 10.
Scattered, yo.
Only 25 remain.
Hey, you got still allow them 10 seconds.
I
Might as well show us inside there.
Somebody in there.
Clap his cheeks right now.
That's it.
Ooh, drop. Stop playing. Execute that bitch.
got him, brother. I got him.
I'm playing. Ain't nobody go for that loadout. And that's me. Yeah, I need him.
Enemy soldier nearby.
I need that red loadout this time. Yeah. Alright, now I need a no, I sure don't.
Enemies right there.
Yeah. I need to move it on. Oh, but it getting in over there.
There's no socks and everything, my boy.
You're losing ground. Move it.
Setting a rally point.
Kill two.
I'm trying to see who he's shooting at.
Some niggas.
They're on top of the prison. Careful.
Fuck, I should have grabbed that flush.
You do it, but
almost coming.
Mark him, somebody.
They're right here.
Target looks hostile.
And in the
Down
other
them.
window too. I need some please.
I down him.
Enemies right there. Nope. Yep, rally point marked.
fuck, man. This one goes quick.
Ooh, I tagged this bitch ass.
They got people
Enemies right
here
there.
too.
Boy, you nickel salt.
I need please.
Oh man, I'm gonna move.
Oh shit, you got it, yeah.
Oh, they
Do me a favor and stay alive.
You sniped your ass.
Yep.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Hello, Paul.
Buy station
Hey,
costs
Daniel, jump in the stream.
Contract accepted.
Oh, nigga shooting at
Supply
y'all.
box located.
I'm about to get in the stove.
Contact happening here. Today's not your day.
I ain't even got no police.
I just smacked some
won't
nigga
sweat
for a
this.
thing.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemy UAV active.
I'm about to go buy some. That's what I'm about to do. Hey, get a self-revive.
On me.
Contact happening here.
Get that motherfucking broom. Cause I ain't no fucking you.
Prices are back to normal.
Shit is enough. They got his team coming in behind him. They about to come through that window.
I got it, boy. I got that nigga that got you, bro.
That's
Watch out, they're coming. There's like two of them.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, I gotta see
Kill him. Go
it.
finish him. Finish him. It's two of them.
There's two of them. Good luck.
This shit,
Man,
he
check
got
me
him.
out, man.
got you, buddy.
Jumped off the
I
building
just
and
finished
nigga
all
pulled
of
a
them.
parachute.
Yeah, I was dead. I caught the nigga flading up.
I got you, buddy. All right. All
You got
set.
any extra plates?
Yeah, I got plates.
No worries. You're all good.
What
Oh,
the whole
forget it. We got master here. Yo, the satchels in here, everything.
Yeah, I need loadout.
I got my loadout stuff. You could get it though. They never hurt.
Bro. He went to the store, nigga forgot to some money. Why the fuck he don't forgot the juice? That ain't even cool.
Yeah.
Ain't even
got
cool,
enough.
bro.
Hey, look.
Nigga, dumbass gotta go into a store
UAV beginning flyover.
with no socks on.
And let's go to decon. Turn around. Turn
New
around.
safe zone highlighted.
Turn around.
Oh, fuck
That
that.
guard
Fuck
straight.
that.
Not decon and people from Bayou.
I'm on a fucking stove.
I don't like niggas having the high ground on
Look,
me,
he
man.
just fell
Enemy
down.
UAV active.
Yeah, they got niggas over there though.
I took a shield.
Out of fuel. Returning for resupply.
Yeah, I'm going through the window.
Yeah, I'm coming with you.
I think Hope's team might be more.
You had to wait for like 10 seconds. Like, I'm fast.
I'm about to go downstairs. I don't think they still got some people.
41
Fast as
meters
fuck,
behind
boy.
us. They coming probably from the bottom.
Somebody
on me.
Top 10, nice
That
job.
was a team wipe. That was the dude right there last one.
Ooh.
Alright, let's go to Bayou.
Dude, they had more
Let's
people.
go to Bayou.
Scrap the contract. It's over.
There's people in bio.
Gas is
Trying to shield
inbound.
up.
Yeah, one.
Yeah. I got them on heartbeat.
Alright, take the stats.
It might be.
About to highlight a bitch like that.
Everyone, safe zone now.
Ooh, what's one short t-shirt?
think
Yeah,
he's
I'm trying to stay in a
downstairs.
circle anyway.
Bitch.
I'm about to go downstairs. Where you shooting? Where you shooting?
Upstairs, top of the steps.
Could have
The
been
fuck is
shit.
the
Fuck,
slim
bruh.
short t-shirt? What the hell you smoking? That
Y'all
Walgreens
gotta
beer.
buy me back, bruh. Fuck.
Damn, your game.
Oh, shit.
We got a problem? Alright, join your life.
Yeah.
To the right, to the right.
Yeah, I'm like, hold up.
Hey, y'all gotta buy me back. Y'all gonna have to go in the circle
On me.
though.
Yeah, buy him back. Buy him back.
Go
I thought he
upstairs,
should've
go
buy me.
upstairs.
Oh, that baby go die.
Yeah, I got
Damn.
oh shit, they right here.
Boy,
I cut that shit
doing that
off.
poopy
Oh
lane
my
shit.
god, I should have put that goddamn. Wow.
supposed to be clanking these niggas, man. No cap.
You've made it to the
That's
top
just
5.
maxing shit
Yeah,
out.
underneath us.
Just fucking hoodie.
They coming up. Hey, come to the roof.
Ooh, good shit, bro. That's a drop shot.
I'm waiting for this nigga to come up here.
Where'd my gas mask go?
Hey, man, you wanna know
Jump
why?
down, nigga.
I got this, bro.
Told you. Hey. Let us
5935.
Nigga said, I got this.
You a bitch. No, your ass is.
Back to back shit, huh?
I can hear the whole screen.
Pack your ass
You know
up,
what? Happy
nigga.
motherfucking Valentine's. The Valentine's Day massacre.
No, we got 9 this time.
The Valentine's
Bro,
Day
dress
massacre.
Ooh, where the fuck should I go get my beard? Birdie, like, yeah.
Damn, bro.
Probably gonna be cold at that shit. But they like that.
They see me rolling. They hating. My nephew fucking like that song. That shit funny as hell.
Let me get away from them. They better crash. It was all up on the side of the road just now, boy. My boy. My boy. My boy. Hey, son. You think I got in this chat to talk to myself? I feel played. Tried to spit some real shit to your lame ass. But you lame. You a big foo-foo lame. Foo-foo lame. You don't even know my name. I'm with that gang. Type boy. You gotta
Use this time to train a bit. We'll be deploying soon.
with that.
Oh, DZ, this nigga left. We got you. Let's get it. Lobby magically opened up for you, my boy. What's up? What's up? Hey, you had to kick the little nigga, man.
You must got me muted or something. Told you about 3 hours ago, nigga was going to the store, man.
Oh, man, fuck that nigga, man.
I'm tripping. You backed out. I'm thinking, not dash, boy.
Man, you can hear me, bro?
Yeah.
Nigga, so after all the shit I done told you, that's the shit you say yeah to when I asked you if you heard me. You a whole punk. I might have to take all my spare keys with me. Going to the stove. Cause which one I get? I don't know which one I'm gonna get. I mean, yeah, drive lock. Be different. It be different. Ooh, boy, it's cold. I should have put on my dude.
Use this time to train a bit. We'll be deploying soon.
Hold on. What's my name?
Into the area.
Yeah, fuck you.
I got my nigga Trey Stacks in the back on them balls. About you when I was smoking low. What the fuck you wanna do? I'm gonna cut at a 30 on a nigga bust your ass up. Run up on 7, you know, at that I'm on Lambo, hold up, pop a lot of pills.
Preparation's done. Time to deploy to the war zone.
And I woke up one morning, it is in my eyes.
Probably gonna play one more game.
You keep playing, you know? Have a great night.
I'm gonna go to Biolab.
Battle
Or y'all wanna go back to Chemical?
Hey, who said they playing one more game?
You'll lead them in. The gas is closing on your position. Suggest you start running.
Sure. Yeah, John, I think you want to spend time.
What you said?
Primary objective.
You want me to spend time with you.
Attack. Enemy dropping into the AO.
That's a thick ass ball.
He's like, it's very
thick boy.
Enemy UAV active.
This shit empty? This is the first time I ever came here.
Yeah, I'm kind of soda.
I'm gonna get a load out. Yeah, niggas all over.
Enemy UAV active.
loading. We got way more than that.
Yeah.
Move it.
That's why I ain't got no money. This ain't gonna take all of it.
Hey, my phone.
Engaging the shooter.
Oh yeah.
It be cold as hell.
Come to the buy box, everybody.
Damn, I'm trying to see who's shooting.
Enemy UAV
Don't go
active.
that way. They had a whole team over there, amigo.
Yeah. What you want me to drop my money?
Yeah.
I'm about to buy a UAV so I can tell you.
Located a supply box.
Doodoo in the
Secure
block.
that position.
Hey, buy UAV and then drop your money.
I'm gonna grab that.
Drop your money.
Shields upgrade.
Hey, y'all, come get my money. Oh,
Yeah.
come get my bread. Oh no,
I
just
got
come pick up this precision.
That's some cash for me.
Someone grab that.
There's plates up here. I'm gonna grab my money and then I'll grab it.
Man, why I can't reach my motherfucking loadout?
And
I have to come
I
on
don't
this.
fuck with that. Come
Oh,
on, man.
Gas is inbound.
Like the fast lane. I mean,
The
I know
ball
it's
loaded
not
over
really
here.
that, but like, you know, go faster.
Target looks hostile.
Why isn't it marking it down there?
Oh, nigga sniping.
Y'all niggas mama's hoes, man.
Marking the destination.
I be smoking straight crocodile, my dude. I be smoking that bad shit, boy. My butt. My butt.
You be smoking meth, bro.
What?
Y'all niggas slow.
Get over here.
Tracking the enemy.
Got on my butt.
Need some recon out here.
Damn it.
UAV beginning flyover.
Oh, people coming, y'all, from prison.
If I wasn't
Target is definitely
Fuck
enemy
them.
helo on
I'd
the
have ran
move.
that fucking red light.
Car.
Fuck these red lights, bro. I'm telling you, I'm turning weird, bro. Shit. I mean, my little day.
Yo, you want tap?
UAV is out of fuel.
But yeah.
Turning for resupply.
I
25
heard him
still
too.
remain in the
Nigga,
AO.
nigga don't be one of those funny playing the game, bro. Be old serious face
Where
out.
they at?
Come on, bro.
I got him down.
Who's shooting?
Love it.
Our loadout drop inbound.
I got some beer.
One coming down.
Target is definitely
Enemy
outside.
UAV active.
What?
Fuck out of
Enemy
here.
UAV
stupid.
active.
Bro, you a whole mute, man. You a whole Call of Duty
Gas is
mute.
closing in.
Gotta be
Relocating the
talking
safe
to me.
zone.
Y'all need this in?
Ammo box.
Oh, you got one?
Take care of business, man.
Someone grab that.
Take care of business, man. I had to get the shit that make me better at the game. I'm great at the game, but I got the shit that make me a god.
I'd say we was better off playing trios.
This nigga sitting on a red.
We is.
I mean, a green man. Bye.
We is playing
Bye.
trios.
We was better off playing this shit from the jump.
My
Yeah,
bye.
we in here.
Tracking the enemy.
These niggas
I
been
don't see
beating
nobody
all
just
these
marked it.
beans. Cuckoo fucking beans.
Yeah, niggas right here.
Target is definitely blocking the enemy target.
Come on, let's go through the middle.
On the bottom.
Down them.
Cover your track.
Bitch, you be toasting
Under heavy
beans
rain
with your
here.
babies, boy.
I'm about to get
Bean
another
bagel
UAV.
build task.
Allied
Yeah,
UAV
yeah.
overhead.
Bean
Hunting
bagel.
them down.
Man, you better stop playing if I hit Granny with the old one too, man.
He down. He down.
Enemy UAV active.
Oh, there's two upstairs.
Yeah, buy box.
I said I wanna. Get the fuck out. Oh my god.
Yo. Last one on me.
I way over home.
You just revived somebody. Oh no, it was Ho,
I
so
got up.
that's a 10.
He one hit.
Tagged and bagged.
Yeah. Come get me.
I got more niggas.
Right here.
Yeah.
Like I want
Oh,
to
yeah,
be,
that's fine.
but I
Gas is
don't.
inbound.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Oh, I ain't.
from a broke nigga
Yeah, hold
perspective, bro. Like
He back
Nah.
here.
Quit your bitching and get on your
you
feet.
want to fix on the call all the time.
He right here.
Black dude. I be fixing on my shit all the time. Stop fucking.
Yeah.
My shit ain't
On
that
me.
expensive, though. Why?
Get downstairs.
Yep, I'm waiting for him.
Ooh, that boy hit me with the MP40.
Oh shit, nigga.
They got somebody else.
It's alright. Cover me. I'm about to show him pussy. Call me a pussy? Come on, shit.
Let that nigga violate your cheekbones, my boy. You want to violate your cheekbones.
Enemy hunters lost your trail. You're safe.
I think dude on the top of the roof.
Bottom on top. Boy.
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
He ain't making
Enemy UAV active. Fire sale is active. Buy station costs are adjusted.
Hey, you know what's sad, Migo?
Yo, he won hit.
Can we get our
I got him.
Motherfucking
One more.
flyover. We something. Go on.
One more.
There's two of them up there.
I know. One of them down.
Bitches takes me to
Push.
Yeah, one of them down.
Fuck, man.
Whatever.
Enemy soldier nearby.
You don't feel that? I feel that.
Enemy target has been marked.
Kill one. Last one upstairs.
Bounty target is down. UAV is out of fuel. Fire sales done.
Yo, on me, yo.
That you want to get.
Oh, on you.
It's not on me.
On me. On me.
Y'all
On me.
seen that
Oh, never mind.
bullshit? Nigga, I got a heartbeat sensor. You over there standing in the corner. You think I don't see you?
Our team's in the safe zone.
Yeah. But he was like, you see what I'm saying? Oh, look right there. He said, y'all faggots. Yeah, they tight as the same team. Yeah, I know. I'm about to be doing it wrong. And my shit like, yeah, they about to be coming from behind the prison area.
Niggas pussies. Yeah. Hey, what that machine do, man?
Oh, yeah.
Spray
Yeah,
gas.
they on top. They on top.
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Y'all need gas mask right here.
They on the side.
Oh, boy, you scared the shit out of me, bro.
Gas mask. They can't shoot for shit.
Contact happening. Slowing down.
There's a gas mask right here. You go.
I got one. Yeah, I'm street.
It was what?
Enemy dropping.
They got niggas outside the building. To the left. South.
People behind us or under us.
Oh, underneath us, right here, on me.
Come back.
Alright, hold on. Yup. Alright, bro.
Right side?
Yeah, right
They got first in the floor on this.
Where the fuck this nigga went?
He went out the door. You gotta try to bite me back.
Allied precision airstrike
Hey,
incoming.
Miss Santana.
They just got regular Reaper. They got Plunder.
Yeah, I heard you.
Push some shit up.
Let's get to
Go
the
ahead,
safe
why the
zone.
precision out?
I'll buy you, go. Go. I'll cover you.
Hell no! No! Whoa!
They coming.
Enemy advanced UAV overhead. Be mindful.
Can't take it on my watch.
I got a gas mask.
All set.
What?
You to the left of us. Behind you,
Oh, the
Santana.
gas mask fucked me up. Gas mask
Easy,
fucked
you
me
back
up,
home?
bruh.
Less than 10. We're still
Yeah, I'm
standing.
home.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm home. Waiting on you, my dude.
We look on D house to jump his garage remote out to his wife. Like that.
You heard me? I'm back.
My partner's Johnny. Johnny, man. Oh, I ain't see it, bro. I was in the middle of a game. I got a third for me. Go hold on. Just join me, bro. We already on the thing. Nigga, wait for you. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Nigga caught 2 back-to-back dubs just now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm killed your drop. Black game.
Last game, shit, I dropped 4. The one before that, 10.
Daniel, you made it back home?
Yeah, bro. Damn.
So what?
Come to the game.
Yeah. Need some more.
Nigga told you that about 30 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, boom, we got 4
You gonna have
right
to mute
there.
me in chat or
Start this
something.
bitch up.
But nah, I'ma just. I don't even. You gonna be in game chat? You gonna watch the stream or something?
Yeah, I'm gonna go tap in on the stream. Stand the dashboard. German?
Huh?
Stand the dashboard. Let me go and listen. Damn, I ain't know your prestige and shit fucking restarted. Damn. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Yeah.
What you doing, dog? Man, I'm trying to go get some drinks, man.
Hurt me because they should think that's who they wanna fucking see.
Yeah. Go play some more saucy little bro.
saying what GP doing?
You. Where me go at?
Right, so. Right. So what? Yeah, he not even by his computer, bro.
Let me call this nigga, man.
Right by the laptop.
Alright, hold on.
You a whole thot.
I had ran off, but I might go get some drinks tonight.
Gotta go out with the white hoes.
Fuck no, I ain't got no white hoes. I'm about to go out with Twin.
Damn, bro, we supposed to game, bro.
Huh? Yeah, I'm gonna hit my other people up. Yeah. She passed the house.
Practice while you can. You'll be entering the field in a bit.
Oh, my bad, dog. My bad. That was the whole purpose of it. Yeah.
Get back on mission. Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemy dropping into the AO.
Do. Yeah, do.
Practice is over. The real fight begins now.
It's a funny day. Valentine's Day. You think we should go pop out and see what's going on? You trying to go pop out and see what's going on?
Battle Royale. Set a drop point for your team, soldier. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you start running. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
You say you like the
Hunt the enemies before they
I
hunt
don't really
you.
be having no holes.
Bounty target identified.
Yeah.
Have a
so
little
two
fun,
different
yeah?
type of slugs, yeah. I never been a copperhead. Yeah.
Dumbass. Tossing a frag.
Enemy soldier nearby. Bounty target is down. Marvelous. Enemy UAV active.
Thermite going in.
Enemy cluster strike. Watch your heads.
Trash.
Enemy soldier nearby.
Bro, ain't no way, bro.
Victory rest. You made the top 25. Nearly there. You're losing ground. Move it.
Yo, where all our teammates went?
It's trash.
Come to me, dude. We the only ones. Come on, let's go get a loaded. Let's go get loaded.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Give me your money so I can get a precision.
Spotted some cash.
Yeah. My bad.
Enemy UAV active.
Come on, we up.
Loadout drop headed your way.
You can.
Rally point marked for you.
Keep it on here.
Target is definitely not friendly. Rally point marked for you.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone highlighted.
Under heavy rain.
That's one down.
Bro, are you serious?
The enemy won this
Dude,
battle.
the fucking miner, bro, had to have a metal plate behind it. Are you serious?
That's crazy. That boy hit me. He knew I was coming.
Ladder, save that boy. Dumbass fuck matter, man. With it. Wait, shit, he on the game. Damn, bro.
But
Man, where the fuck these niggas come from?
I was trying to get squid.
What happened to y'all niggas?
Y'all abandon us, man. Fuck y'all, man. Butter ass, man. Man, the dashboard. Nah, bro, you can't let it do that, bro. I'm scared or something, man.
yeah, niggas got to back out, man.
Huh?
Act about.
Cool. Gotta know.
Check weapons and gear. You got time before deployment.
You said 40.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Dribbled up, sneaky, fucked up.
Holy shit! They got me in their crosshairs.
Oh shit. Oh man. Hey. Said my boy, that wasn't even cool, my boy. Say. Hey, yo, one to go me. Go me, go.
Hostile dropping into the area. Preparations done. Time to deploy to the war zone.
Like a man. No. Come on, man.
Battle Royale.
Alright, man. Let's get it.
Set a drop point for your team, soldier. That's a good thing, Dubz. Rush to the safe zone.
Where the fuck we going?
Closing in fast.
Motherfucking here. This nigga here start screaming and hollering, stupid ass. That nigga said, brother, where we going, stupid ass?
Objective is to eliminate the bounty target.
The fuck's a Whitley, bro?
Bounty target is down.
Tyrone Whitley.
Like a scorpion.
I'm so white, I got a picture of Don Cornelius in my living room.
Nigga stupid.
I don't even know what type of white that is, my dude.
He's stupid.
Yeah.
Claymore is good to go.
I ain't gonna lie to me either. I got that off me.
Allied UAV.
I gotta be white dude.
Them down.
That joke nigga is before our time. That's why.
Get a load out. Get a load out.
Alright, y'all put y'all bread together, and after that, I'm coming.
Bread together, come on.
Spotted some cash. Yeah. Grab that cash.
Yeah, might have said he bought it. He got it.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Hey,
The enemy team is hunting you. Don't become prey.
time to eat up. Well, if I like this bitch stuff. Light some shit up with this bitch.
Enemy UAV active.
Hey, look. This bitch hard.
I got a munition box on me.
Right, that bitch. You can shoot that bitch a couple times.
That boy really threw that bitch out to everybody.
I wasn't throwing that bitch off. I just don't want that hoe right now.
Oh, you don't
I
want
be using different shit. Yeah, you can use that hoe.
shit,
I'm trying to use SMG this game. That's the only reason I don't want it.
Yeah, I got my SMG. I got the final girl pistol. Man, let's get it, man. I'm trying to get
Enemy UAV active.
Hey, when y'all get this precision?
UAV beginning flyover.
Damn, what is bitch blue?
And let's slide. We're going to headquarters.
Alright.
Yeah, she
I
get
need
it.
a session.
That nigga landing over there.
Alright,
all set.
UAV is out of fuel.
That nigga right here by next to us, too. Boy, nigga, you just got me
right
to
above us.
myself, boy.
Come on, boy.
Nigga,
Stop
right
fucking
above
lying. I'm
Hey,
ready
that
to
shit
dog
was cute.
with the sniper, boy.
He said, yeah, that shit was cute.
Alright. You ain't see what my boy did that by. Look. He gave him a little peeky sneepy.
Damn, I found another bag. Hey, for that money, you got it for another UAV.
I got one.
Yeah, I got buku bread for you, man. I got buku bread for you,
Big
man. I'm
shakes.
coming, man.
I already got a
Got 9
UAV.
bands to use,
Huh?
Outmaneuver the enemy trackers. Clever sneaks.
Ooh, I really got some bread this
Enemy
time.
soldier nearby.
I ain't have to use it.
Friendly loadout drop on the way.
He said,
500 on the box. Boom. There you go.
I just have to you though, because if you go to the other lady, I don't have to come.
Spotted some cash. Allied precision airstrike in. Get to the new safe zone. Gas is closing in.
Somebody next to us.
Yeah, they put
Fucking hit their ass. There you go, right?
25 remain.
Damn.
Damn, we flushed them niggas.
They got me in their crosshairs.
Oh, damn.
Where my boy?
Man, what the
Where
fuck?
is y'all?
I don't know what the fuck I'm seeing that. Man, I'm thinking I'm seeing. Man, nigga.
I killed one inside.
Nigga dropped on top of it. They on the roof. He's still trying to get his load out.
Grab that UAV.
On me, on me.
UAV beginning flyover.
Prepared for airstrike.
This is Phoenix 3. Strike inbound.
What the fuck, bro? Come get me, bro. This dumbass precision and kill me.
Bro, are you serious? There's somebody on the roof.
UAV is out of fuel.
I'm about to get you.
Oh,
Hostile
my
dropping
God.
into the area. Watch the sky.
Oh, 2 niggas on me. Come get me, I'm about to die now, man. Fuck, got me on the roof right there.
I broke him.
It's about to break you. Bye. Oh.
Pop shooting.
You've got gas moving in.
Oh, there's you right here on top of the building.
Oh, this Mac
What,
don't
see
win none of the
somebody's
fights, bro.
Damn, so I just dropped. Damn, nigga already popping on me.
They on the roof.
That
No
shit
fucking
crazy. I
way,
hit
bro.
all my shots.
What the
Don't
fuck?
win
Hey, come
none
get me,
of
come
the
get me, come
fights,
get me.
bro.
Trick.
Oh!
They on prison roof. They on prison roof. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. He can see you, he can see you. Yeah. Get him up.
Man, them boys still all alongside this building right
Be
here.
enhancement, anyone?
They still got one up. They got one on top too. So. Oh my God, bro, the fucking parry.
They got me in their crosshairs.
Man, what I'm gonna do with no ammo?
Bitch, you know I'm the dog. So I'm fucking.
Hey, another one.
Safe zone relocated. Buy station costs are adjusted. Enemy soldier nearby. Enemy UAV active.
Oh, niggas going helicopter at me. Oh my God, bro. Come on, bro. The bitch just said 30 seconds, bro.
Oh my God, this thing is so trash. I just flexed on you. Huh?
Oh, nigga got sniped. I got sniped. Oh, Lord. You want to give it, Santa? Santa, give me.
Move it.
Oh, they got niggas on me.
Right.
Targets here.
Hey, they got niggas in here.
Damn, right when I died.
Prices are back to normal.
Yo, behind us. Fuck.
They ain't got no guns, boy.
Man, they got niggas all around there, bro. All around that bitch, man.
That O and OP right now, bro.
Got us about 20 more seconds. Oh my God.
I'm gonna wait till y'all come back. Hey, come in here with me.
Fucking round, bitch. Eat my dick. Oh, no. Yeah. Partner. Oh, yeah, you got him in my bag. You got
What? Wow. So now the precisions work again. Magically. For fucking a whole month, the whole precisions. None of the fucking precisions work though. What you about to do?
Eight, 7, cash now. Shit right there. HAG Whitworth.
Check weapons and gear. You got time
before it comes out. Oh, why? That shit here. Look. Fuck, nigga just dropped the ass. Bitch. Man, nigga, hey, man, y'all hear some shit, bro? Like, I stopped smoking cigarettes, right? You want to know the real reason I stopped? Why did you start? Man, Dubz, bro, cause like, I don't even you know it became an addiction, right? So like, son, I'm drunk as hell, bro, vibing in my car and shit, bro. You know? I look down at my goddamn jacket on fire, bro. Goddamn cigarette done fucking lit my jacket on fire, man. My favorite jacket, too, bro. It wasn't just any jacket, man. It was my favorite jacket.
Oh, copy.
Enemy soldier nearby.
So after that, bro, like, nah, man, fuck these little.
Hey, you think it's valid to go outside
even the fact
and
that
get
they
drunk?
killed me.
Yeah.
Huh?
You say yeah. On Valentine's Day? On a Monday?
Yeah.
I'm already drunk. Alright, maybe not yet.
I ain't got drunk
Sunday. Saturday.
Hell no.
I got drunk Friday, bro.
Nigga.
I got drunk Saturday. Went to a party with buku white boys, right? Extra white boys. Like, I'm white, but I ain't that white.
Buku beer pong.
You get me? Alright. Buku white country ass motherfucker. Yeah, buku. Yeah, man, look, shit was so lit, bro. Niggas had buku trucks out there just doing buku donuts and shit in the field with a big ass bonfire. Buku music playing, you know what I'm saying?
DJ,
all.
hold up. Wait. G Sean get them racks in.
Oh, Tanner.
Cash flow blow up back in. I'm gonna hit a nigga with this Mac 10.
Tanner.
Battle Royale. Mark a drop point for your team. You'll need a minute.
Amigo, you better tell him about the white boys party. I met this girl out there next. And you talking about that he asked for a weed party. God damn, all these fucking people.
On set, cuz, on set, baby. On set, baby. I ain't even get down to the ground. That nigga was beat by ass already, cuz.
Good game. It's a wrap.
Run, bitch, soon as you get up. Nigga just clapped your cheeks on set, boy.
Alright, are my hands still glitch or am I better?
Yeah, I beat your
this
ass.
game was hard, bro.
Nah, yours are just like
Yeah, Tanner. Look, nigga threw a weed party, son. Nigga, dude, he said he was giving like sevens out at the door. He had like these infused gummies like on the table. They had just like gift bags of fucking weed just like to give out and shit, bro. And then at the end of the party,
Oh, that boy lit.
all the cops came.
Nigga shot that bitch up.
Nigga, but look,
Where are you, bitch? Mommy.
It had like that little beds, bro. And boy, that shit was, I was like, damn, man, why I could've get by today? Niggas just handed out sevens like it was fucking like a little 50-cent bag of shit. Hey, bitch, see, like, you got money, you know, that might be what it is then, bitch. I've been set for a minute. Oh, 7? No! Nigga, like, I was just like all grip, though, but he had like whole vehicles too, and like gift bags full of weed, like,
And he said, I'm about to go in there and stuff my pockets.
Bro, totally, like, I was about to get like three fucking gift bags, bro, that's like 3 ounces right there. Never said I was about to keep this bitch in my pocket, boy, like I'm in Halloween, and I'm taking these people candy, boy. Merry Christmas, Happy Halloween, oop, Easter, oop, it's Valentine's Day, stupid ass. That's for occasion I think. And then I'm selling that bitch right after too. It's gonna be 100% profit anyway. 100%
Nah, I'm inhaling that bitch.
Oh no, I'm keeping something for myself, definitely.
Enemy soldiers.
Yeah, nah, see, I'd make more money just like keeping it to smoke on. Like, I'd see more of my money from my job. Man, I'm gonna buy hella retarded amounts of weed for no reason. Why? Like, it just be like that, bro.
Why everybody come?
Did he have part in it? Did he have part in that or something? Like, I didn't watch the game.
It was like at the halftime show, he was hanging upside down or something.
Oh, he had a part in that bitch?
He said what?
I ain't know he was in that bitch at all. Son.
I'm back in chat.
Yeah, he was in that bitch.
Yeah. It was 50, Dr. Dre, Eminem, Hendrix.
Hey, let's hit no.
Gas is closing in. Proceed to the
Hey, Paul, hop in the stream.
Nova 6 factor.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Oh my god.
Damn, nigga clean. Swoop down, took off.
That old guard over there. Yeah, shit. Oh.
Supply box identified. Marking location now.
I got so bad. I just lagged so hard.
On me.
Why?
Unbelievable. I'm coming.
Where you at?
Enemies right there. Target is definitely
Front door too.
Watch the skies.
They
what's
flanking.
this green smoke right here?
Go get that. That's money, I think.
Oh, somebody behind me, bro. Somebody behind us. I know.
Who gone?
This nigga hit this kid with a pistol.
Allied UAV.
He like he cheating now. Dude.
Thermite out.
But what the hell is this?
Found up here.
Hey, they got somebody on the roof right here.
Oh, on the roof. That nigga just killed me.
Move it. That's a kill.
Give me your gun, nigga.
Two on the roof. Two on the roof.
Targets in my
UAV
sights.
overhead. Hunt.
Two.
Amigo,
Yo, what's up?
you just gave me an idea.
Kill them all.
What?
Why you don't put the bricks and shit, where you break them down and shit, on the one of the bolts?
Smoke, they got a. Damn, man. Yeah, they got niggas coming in. They coming in from downstairs by the stairs.
That's it. That's nice. Behind you, DC.
Oh, man.
Pin me!
Thought you was about to get your gun back, huh? Dumbass. Oh, man. Your partner's about to get it back.
You need an actual brick right now.
You've got gas moving in.
Oh, there's two niggas over here.
Enemy.
Nigga, that window, man.
Who's that, Nick?
Enemy soldier is down!
Like lacking teamwork, I feel like, bro.
Hold up. Take it easy. He on top shelf.
Yeah, it is, Nick.
They still fucking with you?
Doomsday?
Yeah.
Nah, they're not fucking with me anymore.
Destination. Teams in the safe zone.
Yeah. I mean, they don't like me because yesterday I VDM'd and killed a green zone, but I got on ban because
Why the fuck are you VDM and killing in green zone?
Nebula 5 rounds? What the fuck is that?
That's what I was saying, like, that's what the
Fuck is Nebula 5, bro? What is that?
Supply
If it
box
was
ready
me,
for
I would have
pickup.
told you it wasn't worth it.
Did I just put those in my gun? I just put them in my gun. I just put them in my gun. What the hell? What do they do? Make me own shit? Come on.
You can never find a fucking good server that actually has.
Oh man, this some gas rounds, bro. Man, this shit ain't even nothing.
Yeah, gas
Yo,
on
man,
this
shit.
shit. It just pretty much kill them after they down. They got a nigga on the roof.
That's me.
Gas is inbound.
Oh.
But that
Marking
low-key,
new
that
safe
low-key
zone.
clutch build. Had to kill him after you
Gas rounds,
down.
yeah.
Like the fire shit, bro. It's like the fire shit, just the same.
Yeah, 5 rounds, same shit.
I'm about to go that load up, bro. I got load. I got.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. Nigga need that load
What
out.
tomorrow,
He
I got
broke.
no.
He broke.
Enemy UAV active.
I got this big ass RPG in my hand. That's all I got.
I got a grenade launcher and another gun.
Here's somebody around me.
I'm all done. No, I seen it, bro. Oh, I him. He on me.
Yeah. Oh
Enemy
damn, I
UAV
wouldn't
active.
care for that.
Enemy UAV active.
Alright, I'm on you right now.
Get that, man. Scary ass nigga. Nigga lying, bro. I tell you something. He drip past me. I seen him. He ducked.
I think I hear somebody on.
Yeah, he got fucked.
What's the nah, son?
Yeah, he wasn't fucking with nothing. Oh, y'all boys. Oh, boy. Hold on. Oh, him.
No.
You've got gas moving in.
If we put money together, we can buy a loaded down here. Hurry up. At Harbor. Everybody get to Harbor.
Nah, he ain't gonna make it. Come on, man.
Shit, yes we is. Come on, give me a minute.
Look, he go to bread. Go up there with the bitch though.
Nah, we ain't got it.
Damn.
Give me a couple dollars, bro.
Short. Mm-hmm.
Hey, somebody in the gas. They should be coming up right here, y'all.
Yeah, I just
On
heard
me.
that. On you.
Fuck.
Target right here.
2 of them on me.
Oh, man. You
Downstairs.
already touched them up.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone highlighted. Fire sale is active. Fire station costs are adjusted.
What the hell is that?
Oh, he got it.
From where? From where?
Revive him.
It's nothing. Get up.
Watch out by the window. Oh, by the window.
Fucking pediatric.
Fuck, I'm getting hit from off top of the roof or some shit.
I said no.
I'm on top of the roof.
Somewhat, dog.
Why? Oh, shit. Come on, Migo, what the hell? Come on, Migo, what the hell you got in my way? In every shot.
What you mean, bro?
Wow. What's the ass, dog? Come on, man.
I got no shield, I got nothing. What's up, Nick?
Yeah, you better watch out. They had a nigga down there. He down now.
Nick, you in the city?
Don't go down that way. Wait till we come back.
Okay, I'll catch you.
Man, he still went down there. He got lit up by a pistol.
How much you wanna bet you? 26.9.
That shit's get the fuck up. Yeah. Pistol whipped your ass, my boy. What up, Migo?
I'll be back.
Bullets, I don't give a fuck. Hey, copy.
You still on the phone or are you going out?
Yo.
What's up? You still thinking on that?
Yes, sir.
Bet.
You got any bricks for me?
How many?
I told you 20, nigga.
20? Oh, okay. Nah, I only got like I only got like 7 right now.
So I'll pay you for the 7. What's up?
Bet, I'm flying
Check your
in.
gear and weapons. We go soon.
I'll give you the money for the 7.
How many?
Yo.
Oh, that's Ed at the prison.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
You start the same price, nigga. And you just give me the rest of them. You said 500K.
You know I'm no blood. You know that. Come on. You know that. Migo.
What's up?
I ain't seen you in the city since that happened. Oh boy, yeah.
Enemy soldier nearby.
Let me find out. You saw me go.
Red's done and dusted.
Alright, copy. I'm gonna call you when I'm flying.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Put it back where you got your other shit. So where's your necklace?
Damn good shot. Enemy soldier nearby.
Under heavy rain here. Bag of
I'll put you with you one time.
yes, boy.
You thought you was gonna get away from me.
Gotta get back out there.
Ah, you dead.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
It's just a flesh wound.
Thought you was a master of movement, but you're a master of this game. Alright, let's go. About to go to G-Town, USA, you heard me?
Game
No, we
shit,
fans of
decades
butts,
to start. Hmm?
Shit.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
By the way.
Oh, that was you that was playing with Duty Fruity, bro?
Hey, class this time.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
I'm flying in right now. I'm gonna spawn at Pavlov. I can see talking around.
You guys know who that
Almighty still beefing with
Yeah, he snitched on me. You didn't hear about it?
Pavlov.
I can't wait to catch him. It's raps.
That's cool. Hey, where we going, bro?
Royale.
Where you at?
That's
Mark the
it.
drop point. Project. Let's go. Lead them in. Rush to the safe zone. You got
Let's
the
do
gas
it.
closing in fast.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Enemy dropping into the
That's
AO.
a pretty cool gun.
I do.
Thinking that was money.
I don't know if I should sell to you, man. Now that I think about it,
Primary objective is to eliminate.
yeah, I know how you get down.
Freeze for like 2 seconds. I drop. They wait till I drop though. I should be doing that too.
Nick probably flipping this right now.
I should
I'm on PD, so I don't know.
Dirty, son. Be doing me dirty, bro.
I didn't even got that
I gotta make sure I'm not dropping. Oh, don't be running up in here like that, but you over just died.
And we're on a Discord call. That's metagaming, technically.
Oh, who they?
Okay, but I got you. Yeah,
boy, you'd have been dead, boy. Look.
I gotta go to my
Look.
Tossing a frag.
Alive.
I might get on. I might get on this off that.
I was gonna get on that shit too, but I want to see if I want to recruit anybody.
Nobody landed yet.
And with facial paint, that's who they want to fucking see. Drop your
Are you
bread, come on,
lieutenant or
get that
something?
loot on.
What are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop mine on the stairs and go get the top secret thing.
Spotted some cash.
Rally point marked for you. See some cash there.
Oh, amigo, I've been wanting to ask you. Hey, that thing that's all the way at the top left at Polito Bay, it says black market.
Enemy UAV active.
Is that really like 200 mil? It said 200 mil.
200 mil for what?
It was, went up to it's like Polito Bay and it said black market.
Picked up.
What's 200 mil?
It was a black market, like it was like a store, but like it was marked as a store, but when you click on it, it said black market.
You got that loot on? Justin.
Enemy UAV active.
Who told you where it was at?
All right, let's move.
There's some.
Only 25 left. Keep moving forward.
I'm sniping this game.
I mean, you can just go to general chat. I think it was like yesterday I was reporting him because he was trying to fuck me in the ass.
Nigga right now, you about to die.
Yo,
Oh, shit,
come
nigga.
on, bro. You said that a little too normal.
Well, I'm in the bad.
You're losing ground. Move it.
Where you at, Almighty?
I'm trying to
Come
come
on.
up.
Who's Almighty?
If you look
I got ammo and all that.
Anyone use that gear?
Yesterday,
Sir,
it says,
I am Officer Booker.
I thought you was getting the bricks, boy.
I lied. I'm getting on PD now. Catch me later.
I hate niggas.
You know I got him, bro. You know I got him.
Let's go, nigga.
My nigga really cold.
I got them shit sold already. Come on.
How you get them sold?
Gotta get to the safe zone.
Yo, bro, wanna do a 1v1 again? Alright, yeah, we can.
Nigga, you don't want your 3.5
Hey,
mil right
Daniel,
now?
buy UAV.
Wow, Migo, you're weird. You have to Warzone without me?
Cancel that.
Yeah, I wanted to call you earlier, but I kept getting the phone.
Enemy UAV
That's good, I got
active.
you.
Destination marked.
Yeah, buy UAV.
Location marked for you. See some cash there.
Yeah, white.
I'm gonna die, nah, bro.
Yeah, white.
You don't be alright.
Nah, bro, you almost made me die with all the money. Nah, bro, my shit gonna freeze.
Yeah, white.
Friendly loadout drop on the way.
I see y'all around the city,
bro. This shit don't like Xbox shit, bro. Game dumb.
Yeah.
It's colder though. Some
Yeah,
shit.
nothing hit, so you can like
freeze every 2 seconds. I got a billion other games that don't freeze every 2 seconds.
Safe zone.
Get it, man. Buy a cluster, buy a cluster.
Allied UAV
Yo,
overhead.
come give me my bricks, nigga. Who else?
Enemy
Give me
UAV
some money,
active.
give me some money, Santana.
I just dropped all the bread.
Nigga, if you don't get any gang character.
Yeah, UAV.
What you say? Nah, fuck you and Officer Booker. Come give me my bricks.
Need that air support.
You don't want your 3.5 mil?
Cluster strike is active.
You just don't want money, huh?
Who that be?
I got quicker. I got quicker breath for you.
On me.
Coming.
So get on your gang character so I can get my bricks.
I downed him, son. Did I hit him with the grenade?
Damn.
Did I hit him with the grenade, bro?
I shot him and you like
$20 if I
he
get
was
nothing.
probably one shot.
You were low. I hit him with the grenade. No, I didn't hit him with the grenade.
I need my rest of my bricks too.
I got the kill. I got the kill, bro. Like I downed him before the explosion
Someone
went
grab
on.
that.
That's because I shot at him. He was one shot. You hit him with the grenade. That bitch killed him.
Bro, that's fucking lit.
Let's go, partner.
10 remain.
Buy 2 more UAVs. Drop me some more money.
8 quarters. All I got is 100.
I ain't got no.
Buy another UAV, dude.
Out of fuel. Returning for
I'm a
resupply.
broke ass
Hey,
bitch.
you don't fuck with me no more, huh?
Bitch, I'm a broke ass bitch. You're
I got boys on.
At that window right there.
UAV.
Allied UAV overhead.
That window.
got something for his ass. Where you at?
Target is definitely not friendly. Marking the enemy
Here.
target.
Oh lord, yeah, hella niggas in here.
Where you at? I ain't gonna lie, going outside, but that's very risky.
Oh, come on, yo.
I'm coming. You ran it
They're
out.
upstairs.
No.
Crash out.
Cause y'all ain't sliding. Y'all know them niggas going over there.
Oh, now I get flashed. Oh, behind me?
Damn.
That's white.
Oh, no!
Because it's not my.
Can you hit me with that thing,
3 more seconds. Oh!
That was the last team.
Alright, you had to go in that
Damn.
That was the last team, bro.
bitch by yourself, bro.
He won't run
That was
that
your fault.
crash
Y'all
out
supposed
game.
to slide, bro.
Oh.
No, you supposed to work with your teammates. You gotta move with
Man,
us
eat
too,
that
bro.
dick up, nigga.
Fuck, nigga, you ain't even say nothing, bro. You ain't even say you was going in that bitch by yourself, nigga. You just went.
He
Fuck
just
you.
clean winning that bitch. Ain't say shit to the
That
guy.
bitch, that bitch ain't say nothing, son. Ready to slide, son. Look, I get it, bro. I get rushing and shit, dog. But you gotta rush with your team. That's
Hey, I need you to come set me a job. On my new character, I don't got a job here. Come on.
Damn, bro. We coulda rushed smarter, son, man.
On this character, I can't see
Threw
the
a
menu. You
grenade
gotta
up
set my
there
job.
through the
That'd have been a
windows,
whole
son. Then
dub
we
right
coulda
there.
rushed.
Thanks.
Give me a job so I can see the fucking menu.
Told me put a cluster on that bitch before I run in there.
Come on.
Niggas that came from outside.
They knew it was teammates. It's like, get him.
Holding for deployment. Take this time to
I'm
ready up.
thinking y'all about to shoot it out long enough for me to get back.
Nah, I feel like we should keep it all one menu.
No, I don't even. I
Enemy
tried,
dropping into
son.
the AO.
I feel like
to
we
make it
should.
last. Ain't nowhere to run.
I feel like we should.
I just need about another 2 seconds. I was gonna get up and start right.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Taking fire.
You remember, this is still my clubhouse, nigga. I paid for it.
Enemy soldiers nearby.
Boy, that boy camping in a pregame.
What you gonna have to
Hey, he
meeting on?
get shit.
That boy laying down in the tent.
Hard up.
No, but what you gonna have it
Hard
on?
up. Yeah, the C4 about to go in there, bro. About to open it.
Or what?
How you like that, bro?
Enemy soldier nearby.
About to shoot straight through the tent. Whack his ass. I know he was laying down. Look, whacked him. He ran out that bitch, plus ass. On his head just because he did that plus ass shit.
Enough training. Now you fight a real enemy. Enemy dropping into
marker
the AO.
Good God, touch.
Got these on my feet. I got big rolls on the way. I got under with them.
Battle Royale.
Where we going,
Mark
man?
a drop point
Living
for your
quarters?
team. You'll lead them in.
Fucking gold.
Be advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone.
Somebody else, okay? Somebody can. My bad.
We're fighting it out in our froze.
Primary objective.
Damn, that time was like a 5-second lag, my boy.
Supply box
My shit
located.
lasted like
Move
10
to
seconds.
secure. Enemy UAV active.
That shit hit me
Supply
with the
box
whole
located. Move to
shebanger, man.
secure.
That bitch get me super dirty.
Move it. Move it. Target right here.
Oh, you fucking shit in my pants, bro.
Objective found. Move to the next location. Move it.
I know. Keep happening with me.
Same shit, bro. Might have been 6 seconds, something like that. Shit. Be dirty,
Enemy
bro.
UAV active.
I was down with all these shitty ass guns they giving a nigga, man.
I'm saying.
Like, what the fuck? Great snipers. What the fuck I'm gonna do with that?
Yeah, I got it. No more.
Objectives found. Move to the
Where the
next
fuck
He
I
on
get
top
him
that
from? They
roof.
shoot me.
He on top that roof.
You on a roof. Aw,
He ain't make it.
Enemy
I got you,
UAV
buddy.
active.
Take
I'm
his
coming,
gun.
man.
That wasn't the same dude, son.
You said he ain't make it? Shit.
Yeah, they got a nigga on top of the roof. I can see his shadow.
Enemy UAV active. Being tracked by enemy team. Track carefully.
I'm upstairs, man. I know they got a nigga somewhere in here. He ain't in there. This house clear.
You're losing ground. Move it.
This house clear. Gotta be this house. Where's Punk is it?
Enemy UAV active.
Hey, are you on that car over there? That black car over there?
Hold up, right here shooting. I don't see nobody though.
Why do you have two cars over there?
One mark for you.
Come on, y'all.
Huh?
My shit crashing.
Okay, what happened?
My shit crashing.
This guy asked
What
me.
happened?
This guy asked me to do a 1v1.
Alright, Jeff. I'm gonna have to search you, sir. You just admit that you got into a shootout, sir. What did you expect?
I mean, I was expecting to get arrested.
Yeah, I don't know what you was thinking. Coco Leaf? Wow. This is crazy. So who did you get in a shootout with?
I don't say names.
You don't snitch?
Ah.
Sir, you got a right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. You have a right to an attorney. If you don't have one be appointed to you.
Right.
Do you understand the rights I just read to you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you're going to jail for 5 months possession of illegal substance.
I don't know what you've done.
No. That's why you got R block.
What'd you say?
Young boy fans. Y'all niggas go hard. For sure. Y'all go dumb hard. I see y'all out in the comments. I appreciate y'all too. So shout out to young boy fans.
Hold on, do one second.
Okay, when you're my age, how big are you gonna be?
Yo, amigo, what the fuck you doing, nigga?
Shit.
This is not a safe place. Punk motherfucker, where my food at, nigga? You got all my goddamn money, punk. Motherfucker from fucking Uber Eats didn't bring my fucking food. Talking about he'll ride. This is not a safe place. Punk motherfucker, where my food at, nigga? You got all my goddamn money. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Goddamn! So, get your money up! Get the money, man! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Goddamn! So, get your money up! Get the money, man! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Goddamn! Damn, look at all them 21 savages. That's a lot of them motherfuckers. Hey, 21 savages! See, they say what's up back. Damn, look at. If you're tired of starting over, stop giving up. If you're tired of starting over, stop giving up. If you're tired of starting over, stop giving up. Man, niggas and bitches, money and clout are not the same. No way, shape, form, or fashion. Money and clout are two different things. Make sure you get with that pen. I'm gonna get y'all straight though. This shit not really me. Like, I'm not no people person. I'm not no center of attention ass nigga. I hate attention, man. But you know, they can't even get on the internet without seeing my face or my name, you know. So I get on here, I'm offended and try to explain myself, you know, so people can really get to meet the real me, you know. It's kind of like you saw your soul, bro. Because you say it's not you, but that was never did it be me. Niggas booking me for $250, $300, and I get up in front of 10, 15,000 people. I'm going to help for a little. Go on the internet right now. Tell everybody we got the number one album in the fucking world right now. You did? Please. And this ain't the first one. This is more like the third one, but this the big one. This the big P. Go on the internet right now. Tell everybody we got the number one album in the fucking world right now. You did? Please. And this ain't the first one. This is more like the third one, but this the big one. This the big P. Go on the internet right now. Nigga, ain't nobody fucking with me, nigga. None of them. None of them. To the point where they don't even want to be on the same record with me, nigga, because they know they can't fuck with me, nigga. Ain't you never heard me on no record with nobody. First time hitting that truck. They hear that. They hear that dope. I just look cute. I take your screenshots because I'm fucking bad. I guess I just look cute.
Bro, this shit glitched as hell. I can buy a flag in prison, but I can't buy it on a normal market. How?
Yo, amigo. Alright, just hit me up later then.
When get back, I'm about to go get some drinks. I won't go outside.
What happened?
So I'm waiting on my brother to get back. I won't go get some drinks.
Alright, bro, just hit me up when you get back on.
You try to play some binoculars? You stay on the server?
I'm trying to get shit done in the server right now, nigga.
What you on, Green? Right.
Hell no.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you, shorty?
What you doing, baby?
Shit, you trying to hop on population?
You trying to hop on Pavlov?
How much is it?
3.
All right, send it to me and send it to me in the chat and I'll download it and we'll play.
You trying to play population until the download?
Yeah.
I'm gonna invite you to a party.
All right.
Hell no. No, no, no. Hell to the no. Flashing on your ass. Flashing on your ass. Do my diddy, grab my smitty, get the max on your ass. Hey, hey, hey. Do my diddy, grab that smitty, get the max on your ass. Yeah. You know I'm crashing on your ass. You know. Do my diddy, grab my smitty, get the maxing on your ass. Yeah. Fuck that, man. Do my diddy, grab my smitty, get the maxing on your ass. Yeah. You know I'm flashing on your ass. Crashing on your ass. Whoa. What good, homie? Yeah.
Angie changed her mind and bought a bus ticket for Springfield, Missouri to.
Hey, do you know if your phone has a compass? I want to see if I can make a sundial for my sign.
It's 4:30.
Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign says.
It's like Nike, but a third of the price. I don't think I've ever felt a pair of pants this comfortable. But the best part about it, if you spill water on yourself, they're water resistant, stretchy, comfortable. These feel so luxurious, just lightweight. But you got belt loops. You can dress them up, dress them down. You got a drawstring cord on the inside. 2 double snaps. You can make this as perfect as you need it to fit around the waist. You got zipper pockets in the back. These are definitely the only pants that I want.
Come to collect her son. She was picked up from the bus station by at least one of the couples involved in the adoption and taken to their residence. This was where the trail stopped for Angie. This was also the first considerable solid progress that anyone had gotten about Angie and Mickey's disappearance in years. After years of guessing and second guessing, there was a solid lead. The FBI also got involved with the case at this point. Angie's husband, James Mack, and his brother, Jeremy Cox, both in custody, were interrogated and gave details of a couple who lived in Anton, where she had gone to give up her child for adoption. Was James Cox in on it also? The couple was a man named Clarence Cruz and his wife, Barbara Cruzan. They were in the process of adopting Mickey when Angie changed her mind. At the time, the police came in contact with the couple. Clarence was already dead, having been shot to death mysteriously in a county called Laredo. Barbara confirmed a few details. First, they picked Angie up from the bus station where she changed her mind. She also said that her husband saw Angie off. Angie's mom, Lorna Poole, had called her husband at the time, and they told her that her brother had come to pick her up, but that was a lie. Angie's mother knew that was a lie because Jeremy was in jail at the time for theft. As Barbara Cruzan began to spin a complex web of lies, investigator Dale Weaver quickly came to realize that Barbara and her deceased husband were the last people to see Angie alive. Weaver requested that the FBI run a polygraph test on Barbara Cruzan on the 2nd of April 2021. As investigators predicted, she failed the test woefully. After this, Barbara spilled the whole truth about what had really happened to Angie and Mickey. She said her husband had murdered both Angie and Mickey, then incinerated their bodies in a furnace on their property. On April 9th, the Fulton County Sheriff's Office confirmed that Angela Mack and Michael Retu were the victims of murder. A case that had stretched for almost 20 years was finally solved. However, there were still so many questions to be answered. Why did Angie want to give her first son up for adoption? Did his father know about it? What's the deal with Angie's mother, Lorna Poole, and the years of silence when she could have easily solved the case? Also, why did it take that long for her to report her own daughter missing? And why did the police not take the situation more seriously before the arrival of Sergeant Dale Weaver? This case is peculiar because it raises more questions than it answers, and also because it feels more like a cover-up than a discovery. However, it seems like this case will never truly be answered, especially since it has now been declared to be solved. Barbara Tucker. Barbara Tucker was the youngest of 7 siblings. She was thought of as the baby of the house, even though she grew to be taller than every one of her siblings, standing at an impressive 6 foot. Barbara was one of the most energetic and outgoing teenagers you would ever meet, described by her friends and family as bubbly, fun-loving, and full of energy. Barbara enjoyed playing basketball in her spare time at Cleveland High School. Barbara was also very ambitious and was willing to work hard to achieve whatever her mind set out to do. She went to a national competition, won awards, was involved in a club for students interested in business and retail, and in the summertime, she tested out her labor skills working at Sears. Then, when she was at home, she sewed, crocheted, knitted, always something that involved art and craft. At the same time, she was a sophomore studying business at Mount Hood Community College. On the afternoon of the 15th of June 1980, and at the age of 19, Barbara was planning to go for an evening class on campus, and so she called her mother. She told her she would stop by a friend's apartment for ice cream if her evening class ended early. She was on her way to that evening class from her apartment on Northeast 23rd Street when the worst tragedy happened. The sequence of events that would lead to her demise was pieced together by the police from witness reports, and this is what they saw. A woman said she saw Barbara and a man in the woods near the campus. A couple of other people will remember seeing her frantically trying to flag down passing cars. One witness saw a man, looking wide-eyed and apparently shocked, emerge from the bushes in the same area. Others saw a man grab her arm and pull her off the road and into the woods near her campus. The witnesses that could get a clear glimpse of the man described him as young and in his early 20s, about 6 feet tall, with a muscular build, broad shoulders, and a square neck. He was expensively dressed in a light beige knitted ski cap, navy blue ski parka, and blue or gray pants, and he walked with a distinctive swagger, a bold, arrogant strut. No one thought to stop. Almost everyone said they thought it was a practical joke of Dodge traffic or some childish prank. The next morning, Barbara's body will be found in some shrubs near the campus parking lot by a fellow student. Barbara's parents and family, who had been waiting for her to return home, instead got to hear the news from Gresham police. It broke them. The police preserved physical evidence from the crime scene and ran through witnesses, but none of the testimonies led to anything solid. They hit multiple brick walls throughout the investigation. Days turned to months. Barbara's funeral came and went, months into years, and the case went cold. Through all of this, Barbara Tucker's mother, Louise Tucker, would never lose hope. She still strongly believed that the 1980 murder of her daughter would be solved. Her father, on the other hand, was too hurt and broken to talk about his daughter, and he would leave the room whenever her name was brought into any conversation. In 1989, Albert Tucker, Barbara's father, unfortunately passed away. After his death, Louise, Barbara's mother, became more relentless. She didn't stop seeking justice for her daughter, even though it looked like the case would never be solved. She stayed in contact with the Gresham Police Department and the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office. She was meticulous about every detail of the case, ensuring that nothing was glossed over and everything was considered. In 1995, 6 years after the death of her husband, Louise Tucker, Barbara's mother, also passed away. They never lived to see their daughter's case solved. However, she had left an informal, handwritten record of her attempts to find answers. One of the notes said, "If it takes 10 years, I don't care. I just can't let it rest." After her death, her siblings continued where her mother left off, a desperate search for answers. 4 decades would pass before a break in DNA technology, which was not available at the time of the murder, would lead to the arrest of a man named Robert Plimpton of Troutdale. On the 8th of June 2021, he was taken into custody by the Gresham Police Department for the alleged rape and murder of Barbara Tucker. In 2018, a detective named Aaron Turnus had promised Barbara's sister, Susan Patter, that he wouldn't rest until he had solved the case. Physical evidence that had been taken from the crime scene years ago was what implicated Plimpton. A DNA profile match was made to him, and this was what led investigators to arrest him. Plimpton already had a sketchy history and had already been arrested once in 1997. The case was thrown out at the time due to a lack of evidence. It was also found that Plimpton was a 16-year-old student at Reynolds High School at the time of the crime. However, the district attorney's office had said that he will be charged and tried as an adult. Plimpton pleaded not guilty in his arraignment, and his case is currently in court. Krista Luth. Krista Luth was a friendly woman, a cat lover, and a highly educated person. She had a degree in botany and was studying for a second degree in horticulture when she broke up with her live-in boyfriend, Brad Cornea. Afterwards, she lived alone in a sublet apartment. She was also in some financial situation because her boyfriend had split the bill of the apartment with her, and now that he had moved out, the burden of the rent was solely at her feet. She planned to sell her truck and take a part-time waitress job to make ends meet, but her father would later tell investigators that Krista told him that her boyfriend would not stop calling her after the breakup. This went on for a week or two. On the 11th of November 2008, Krista Luth spoke with a neighbor as she headed out of her apartment. She had a 6:30 p.m. class to attend at a greenhouse half a mile from home. Her friend recalled that their conversation was upbeat. She never showed up to class, and she was never heard from again. Her friends grew worried when they could not reach her. Her apartment door was locked. When they broke in, they found her beloved cat, Moet, inside and alone. Her living room light was on, and there was a covered pan of food on the stove, as though Krista was interrupted while cooking. Her friend said it was unlikely she went to the class alone. Her father agreed and said that she must have gone with someone she trusted. She was described by all that knew her as a reliable, responsible woman who wouldn't have abandoned her pet or left without warning. She was a very good student and planned to apply to a graduate program at Cornell University. Unsurprisingly, her ex-boyfriend, Brad Cornea, quickly became a person of interest in the case. Investigation showed that Cornea was the last person Krista called the day she vanished. All evidence also showed he was in the area of her home. Even a deputy testified that on the night of her disappearance, he had stopped to help Cornea after his truck broke down on the highway, 8 miles away from Krista's home. However, Cornea had declined and told the deputy that a tow truck was en route. Months into the investigation, police found Krista's driver's license, her debit card, and her broken cell phone at the same scene. Brad Cornea became a prime suspect, and when he was brought in for questioning, he gave the police inconsistent statements that were untruthful as to his whereabouts. Krista's disappearance was eventually declared a homicide in September 2009, and by 2014, Cornea was officially announced as a prime suspect in the case. However, her body was still missing, so it was difficult to make a strong case against Brad. Another disturbing discovery was made aside from the things mentioned earlier. It was discovered that Brad had charged in excess of $500 on her cell phone for pornography. A detective that once led the case believed, without a doubt, that Brad was responsible for her death and that he also knew where he kept her body. This was the theory. Krista might have gotten into the vehicle with Brad on her way to class. The calls on Brad's phone around the time of her death supported this theory. Then Brad might have tried to mend things between them. The incessant calls over the 2 weeks leading to her death supported this claim. She most likely refused his advances. Then Krista might have said something that made Brad snap and murder her. The case went cold, and there was no way forward in sight. In 2017, Cornea was convicted for sex trafficking and using a computer to commit a crime. He was given a 16 to 40-year sentence. In 2021, with Krista's body still missing and with Cornea almost 4 years into his first sentence, a warrant was issued for Cornea's arrest in connection with Krista's disappearance and presumed death. It appears the authorities got tired of waiting for the body to be found when every evidence they had pointed to him as the killer. Denise Marie Stafford. On the 13th of October 1985, the Sarasota Police Department received calls that led them to the house of a 28-year-old mother, Denise Marie Stafford. Her husband had gotten to her home on Tarpon Avenue when he discovered her body. Their only child, a daughter who was 1 year at the time, was in another room, had not been hurt, and was alive when the police arrived. At the time, neighbors described her as a peaceful, fun-loving soul who was as kind as she was friendly. Everyone wondered who could have committed such a crime to such a beautiful woman. The police began investigations, and it was found that Denise had been killed between the late hours of the day, before 11 p.m., October 12th, and 3:10 a.m., October 13th. All of her items found at the scene were carefully examined in a bid to find who might have killed her that night. But investigations were slowed down by limitations in technology, and things slowly began to reach a halt. The first sign of hope, however, came when a suspect arose in the case, Joseph Magaletti Jr. He had worked as a bouncer in a now-closed lounge and restaurant that Denise and her husband, Frank Stafford, used to frequent. However, the police had nothing to nail him to the crime, and he was let go. Time passed, and the case grew cold. However, in 2021, with improvements to DNA testing technology, the Sarasota Police Department decided to reopen the case. The civilian investigator, Jeff Birdwell, said that new evidence pointed to one fact: she was standing when she was attacked before being lifted and pinned to the ground. He thought about the places on her clothing the killer would have had to hold before they could do that and sent for testing. And when the results came back, they conclusively pointed to former suspect Joseph Magaletti Jr. as the killer. Great. Justice. But where was Magaletti now? Well, Magaletti had died in prison since 2015 at the age of 64 while he was serving life for strangling his former Sarasota neighbor, another victim named Kathleen Leonard. 10 years after the Stafford murder. It was a single strand of hair that led to Magaletti's arrest. But that's not all. He was also suspected but never charged with the killing of Elizabeth Zia, a 19-year-old lady who was kidnapped around Sarasota Square Mall and found dead in downtown Sarasota, a place where Elizabeth worked at the time. Joseph Magaletti would deny being involved with the killings till he died in prison. Even though the Stafford family could not get the closure they might have needed since Magaletti died in prison, her mother, Dolar Kipner, said this: "He is gone. He is not going to harm anyone else. That has been my consolation. I didn't want to see any other mother go through what our family has. She was loving, she was a good daughter, and we just all loved her and miss her." Sonia Carmen Hirak Stone. In the 1970s, Sonia Carmen Hirak, mother of one child, recently divorced, moved from Quebec, Canada to Carmel, California. She got a job with Levi Strauss and worked as a sales representative. Then she got married to Michael Stone in 1976. They had a child together, but later divorced after a few years. After her divorce, she decided to stay back in California. Her life was nothing out of the ordinary up until the 15th of October, 1981, when around noon, Sonia's friend, Caroline McBride, found her friend's body. Sonia was 30 at the time of the murder and had been killed in the early morning hours of that same day. Investigations began, but McBride, who had been the first on the crime scene after the act, was not charged as a suspect. The details of her crime scene would be instrumental to finding her killer later in this account. Firstly, there were signs of forced entry and possible signs of a struggle. All indicators pointed to a robbery, but nothing valuable was missing from her house. While not too much time had passed, the case seemed to stall until a supposed witness to the crime approached with her testimony. Michelle Wilson, who was a friend to a certain Michael Glazebrook, who lived just across the street from the victim, Sonia, implicated Glazebrook by stating that he was at the scene of the murder when the crime happened. To make matters more convenient, Michael Glazebrook also happened to have a scratch on his face that he had not explained to anyone. Could it be that Sonia had scratched his face while struggling with Glazebrook? Glazebrook didn't have a criminal record at the time, only traffic warrants that he had served hearings for. McBride, on the other hand, would state that Sonia didn't know Glazebrook at all. Still, things were looking up and a lead surfaced. However, investigations would hit yet another snag when Michelle Wilson would later come to retract her testimony on the 10th of November, 1982, claiming that the passing of time had made her uncertain about the events. She also said that Glazebrook had explained the scratch had come from an argument at a college the day after the murder. This counter-testimony appeared to snatch the oxygen out of the lungs of the case. In the trial, contradictory statements began to arise. Glazebrook's parents, Walter and Jean, testified that they hadn't seen any scratch on their son's face, and ultimately, the judge refused to rule Glazebrook as the murderer based on the fact that there was not enough evidence to tie him to the case. Subsequently, the case was dismissed. From here on, things began to get incredibly messy. Glazebrook was arrested and tried a second time. He pleaded not guilty, and for the second time, the judge threw out the case because the defendant had been questioned and arrested primarily for illegal purposes. Blood samples obtained from the suspect and statements that he made to a former FBI agent under duress was suppressed by the court on the grounds that any evidence uncovered was fruit from a poisonous tree. The reason for this was because he had been arrested for one purpose, traffic warrants, and then was dubiously questioned for another, the murder of Sonia. Still, witnesses, neighbors approached with new information that implicated Glazebrook further. Notes like, he was not home at the time of the murder. His green pickup truck was not in front of his house. Someone saw him driving away, and that scratch on his face had contradictory explanations. His explanation was the most intriguing. He said he was struck by a piece of plexiglass while he was working on a boat in the backyard of his home. This directly contradicted the testimony of Michelle, who said that he had explained it as getting hurt during an argument at a college. At this point, the question had become, who is lying? Still, the testimony of Dr. Robert Cushing, an emergency room physician at the community hospital of the Monterey Peninsula, exonerated him. He said that the laceration on Glazebrook's face was not consistent with the scratch from her fingernail, and that he treated the wound himself the day after the murder. Witness reports also became complicated, and what was stated on paper was not what was said on the witness stand. To make matters even more complicated, the investigators admitted to having mistakenly destroyed their original outline-style notes after they had typed up the interview reports. Glazebrook further testified that he had played softball on the day of the murder, and yet none of the softball teammates were contacted. On the 8th of December, 1983, the murder charges were dropped for what seemed like the last time. The case grew cold as time passed, and justice seemed out of reach for the victim. However, in 2021, 40 years after the murder of Sonia Carmen Herrick Stone, detectives in California knocked on Glazebrook's door one more time with an arrest warrant of murder based on evidence gotten from Sonia Herrick's case file, which was made possible with modern DNA technology. They finally had him, and there was nowhere for him to go. In honor of Carmen Stone's profession as a merchandiser for Levi Strauss, the detectives wore denim jeans to the scene of the arrest. Glazebrook is now 65 years old and is currently awaiting trial. His bail has been placed at $1 million, and he is currently awaiting trial for what everyone hopes will be the final time. The 3 Florida murders. Florida has had its share of serial killers. There have been the insanely popular, almost culturally viral ones like Ted Bundy, Danny Rowling, and Aline Wuornos, to the less-known killers like Christine Falling and Gary Ray Bowles. However, while these murders got solved and the murderers got apprehended by the police, no series of Florida killings have been quite as mentally tasking and physically draining as the 3 Florida murders. The murders in question began in June 2000, when the body of a 35-year-old female named Kimberly Dietz Levisi was discovered in Cooper City, southwest of Fort Lauderdale. However, not too long after that incident, another body was found. This time, it was also a lady's. A woman named Sia Demas, who was 21 at the time, was found near Dania Beach in the same county that Kimberly's body was found. Then a year later, yet another victim was found, the body of a 24-year-old Jessica Good, found floating in Biscayne Bay, Miami. The cases of these 3 females proved to be quite difficult. All 3 victims had something in common that made them easy targets for the serial killer. They were all prostitutes who had struggled with substance abuse and were vulnerable as a result. The first solid clue to solving the murders took place after the police had interviewed the last victim, Jessica Good's boyfriend. They were able to identify Roberto Wagner Fernandez as a suspect. He was also a Brazilian citizen living in Miami, and when word started going around that he might be a suspect on a case, he immediately fled to Brazil, which only made things worse. When he fled, detectives found it almost impossible to follow up the case with him because of several bureaucratic challenges. They refused to extradite him because he was a citizen of Brazil, not the United States of America. However, Fernandez failed to keep a low profile in his home country and continued with his crimes. A lot of his crimes were related to violence against sex workers in Brazil, and so the country became more cooperative with investigators, but still, the case progressed at an extremely slow pace. When, in 2011, investigators reached a break in the case of his 3rd victim in the U.S., Jessica Good. Detectives immediately flew to Brazil to retrieve DNA evidence from Mr. Fernandez, only to find out that he had died in a plane crash on his way to Paraguay from Brazil in 2005. However, the detectives felt there was a conspiracy somewhere. In a conference, a detective named Scott said that there were a lot of circumstantial evidence that led them to believe that he might have faked his own death. This circumstantial evidence had the enemies he had acquired at the top of the list. Throughout his life, Fernandez had amassed so many enemies in Brazil that every one of them wanted him dead, from getting acquitted after murdering his wife to his wife's family wanting to kill him in return. It appeared like Fernandez was never far from trouble. So, the detectives went on investigating, working with the Justice Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Brazilian National Police. After several years of back and forth between government bodies in two countries, a Brazilian judge was finally persuaded to authorize the exhumation of Mr. Fernandez's body. His grave was opened, and his DNA profile proved to be very consistent with that found on all three victims found in the Florida killings. The Broward County Sheriff, Gregory Tony, said that detectives, some retired, some now deceased, never stopped trying to solve the murders so the families of the victims would know what had happened to their loved ones. One thing that troubled investigators the most was the fact that Mr. Fernandez was never brought to justice for his crimes. However, Detective Scott would later say at a news conference that they wished they could bring him to justice, but unfortunately they couldn't. Still, the fact that his last moments on Earth were filled with terror makes investigators feel a little better. Althea Oakley and Caitlin Arquette. On the 22nd of June, 1988, a 21-year-old Althea Oakley went to a fraternity party with her boyfriend. A few hours into the night, the couple got into a fight that caused Oakley to decide to walk home by herself. On her way home, and while taking a familiar route that was close to the University of New Mexico, she was unfortunately attacked. A year would go by, and yet another case popped up. Not long after graduating from Highland High School, an 18-year-old Caitlin Arquette, the daughter of the famous horror thriller writer Lois Duncan, would get shot while she was driving home from a friend's house. The impact of these seemingly unrelated murders was devastating and resonant to their respective families. Lois Duncan immediately halted her career in the thriller and horror genre and started writing books for children while endlessly seeking answers. The Oakley family also sought answers for years. For more than 30 years, questions were asked to which no answer was given. However, on the 20th of July, 2021, almost 32 years after Arquette, a 53-year-old man called Paul Apodaca called the University of New Mexico police and told them he had information on murders from a long time ago. When he was engaged in a conversation, Apodaca proceeded to confess to the killing of both Arquette and Althea Oakley. Testimonies from Apodaca aligned with the accounts of both victims and the circumstances that led to their deaths. Apodaca would tell the police that he was employed as a security aide at what was once known as TVI, but is now known as Central New Mexico Community College. This is when he saw Oakley in the parking lot. After seeing her there, he gave a detailed account of how he got into his car and decided to follow her as she walked along Buena Vista Boulevard, all the way to the Lobo parking lot. To make things a little more bizarre, he said that when she was walking past him, she actually said hi to him and smiled. "That's the worst part," he said to the police. "That's the worst part. I hurt someone that smiled at me." When he was asked what his motive was, Apodaca said, "I think what made me do it, what made me attack her was all the hatred I had for women, because growing up, I seen men treating women bad, and they go for the bad guys. And I tried to be nice and be good, and they just didn't want that. So I was jealous and had hatred, and I just released it." The Albuquerque police chief, Harold Medina, who also happens to be the first recipient of a scholarship set up in Oakley's name in 1990, personally made the drive to Taos to give Oakley's parents the news. In a news conference Tuesday, Harold said that when he arrived there, Oakley's mother thought he was there to tell them they had closed the case. It was a bittersweet ending that gave closure to the parents of the deceased that had waited for so many years for it. Apodaka's confession for Arquette's murder also matched and filled in gaps. He said that when she pulled up to an intersection, he shot at her. The car then proceeded to drift across 3 oncoming lanes of traffic before crashing into a light pole near Arnold Street Northeast. Investigators came upon a gray Volkswagen Beetle whose owner was Apodaka and who was suspiciously parked near the scene of the crime, but no efforts were made to bring him into questioning. When asked what his motive was for killing her once again, he answered similarly. She was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Ironically, Paul Apodaka's job at TVI at the time was the supervision of parking lots and ensuring that girls got to their cars safely and that no one was breaking into cars. He had worked there from 1988 to 1990 and already had a violent criminal history dating back to when he was a juvenile. As recent as 2021, he had pleaded guilty to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and was sentenced to supervised probation for 3 years. Apodaka is also homeless and has also confessed to killing a third woman in 1988. Police say they believe they know the identity of the other woman he confessed to killing and are talking to her family, but add they're not ready to release her name. At this moment, the police say they have charged Apodaka with murder in the first degree in the death of Oakley, and that is the only case he has been charged in because that is the case they have the most evidence in right now. However, with more time, evidence, and his confessions, more charges will be leveled against him. Given everything that happened, an officer asked Apodaka why he chose to confess, and Apodaka opened up to him. Apodaka looked at the officer and said that it was a shame that it took him so long to get to this point. He also told him that he now realized that what he did was evil and dark, and that it was the word of God that helped him overcome his struggle. Michelle Wyatt. Michelle Wyatt was born and bred in San Diego, where she went to Patrick Henry High School and graduated in 1977. By October of 1980, she was attending Grossmont College and working as a side hustle as a cashier at a Mission Hills Safeway store. People knew her as a driven woman who was very independent. Her father, Raymond Wyatt, testified to that. She also had good grades, and from a very young age, she was clear about what she wanted from life. She also loved the great outdoors and engaged in activities like scuba diving and skating. Friends spoke about how sweet she was and how hard it was for her to say or do anything that would hurt anyone's feelings. On the 9th of October, 1980, and in the hours before the terrible attack, Michelle Wyatt had spent time with her boyfriend, hanging out, playing pool, and just having fun. Then shortly after midnight, around 1 a.m., her boyfriend left, locking the door behind him. And sometimes after that, residents in neighboring condos heard a scream coming from a condo. No one called 911. The person screaming was Michelle Wyatt. There was no sign of forced entry, and it looked like the individual that committed the act had just walked straight in. The crime scene was taped, statements were taken in, and clues were sought endlessly, but still, the case confounded every investigator that picked up the file. DNA, which seemed to be the white knight in every tale of homicide, wasn't helpful. After a lot of work with little to no effort to show for it, the case was closed for years until a retired San Diego sex crime and homicide detective decided to pick up the case. He began to deduce what might have happened that night that would have caused the killer to get into a door without having to force it open. He theorized that Wyatt was unlikely to open a door for a stranger at that time. He said that the killer must have been watching her and almost definitely knocked on her door mere moments after her boyfriend left to give the impression that it was her boyfriend at the door who who had maybe forgotten something. In June 2000, more DNA testing revealed that there were 2 DNA profiles on the crime scene. One was her boyfriend, who was later eliminated as a suspect, and the other was an unidentified person whose DNA produced no match on the National DNA Criminal Database. 2 decades would pass, and they tried yet again to see if a match would be produced. Yet again, they found nothing. It was when they decided to use genetic genealogy that they began to see progress, and the homicide investigators finally identified a suspect. A man named John Patrick Hogan was just 18 years old when Wyatt was killed. However, no arrest could be made because Hogan had died 17 years ago at the age of 42 from a drug overdose on October 9, 2004. This discovery was made through the use of genetic genealogy, and this was exactly 24 years from the day Wyatt was killed by him. Hogan's death meant that the detectives tracked down his relatives, who then provided DNA samples to help to confirm his identity. After he was positively identified as the killer, it was found that Hogan was born in Arizona and had once lived in the same condo where he would later kill Wyatt. He had moved there in the 1970s and still had friends in the complex when he committed the terrible crime. Shortly before the killing, he had joined the Air Force, and he had also spent a brief time in New Mexico where he was stationed. Subsequently, and during the time of the crime, he was shuttling between his birthplace, Arizona, and California. Detective Lieutenant Tom Seaver, who had been supervising the case, made it clear what would have happened if he were still alive. He's the one that committed the sexual assault and murder. He would be arrested if he was alive. Michelle's parents, who are both aged 80, had spent most of their lives pursuing this case and trying to find their daughter's killer to no avail. When the news got to them, they were not sure how to feel or react. They missed their daughter, but they also wished they could confront the man who killed her. Michelle's mother, Louise, had this to say: "Okay, he's dead, but I would have liked to have been able to talk to this man personally. I just feel horrible for the ending." Ultimately, Michelle Wyatt's parents were grateful to the detectives for pursuing for over 40 years on a case that many others would have abandoned and forgotten. The man who committed the crime might have met his end, but at the very least, the questions the victim's family had always wanted for some semblance of closure had finally been answered. Plus, the spirit of Michelle Wyatt can now peacefully rest.
A young couple from Great Falls went on a date on the night of the 2nd of January 1956. But as the sky grew darker and the air got stiffer, neither of them returned home. They were 16-year-old Patricia Kalitsky and 18-year-old Lloyd Dwayne Bogle. Patricia was a junior in high school at the time, and although she had only met Dwayne a month prior at her cousin's wedding, the two appeared to be smitten with one another and would spend quite a bit of time together. Dwayne and Patricia were last seen alive at around 9 p.m., leaving Pete's Drive-In restaurant in the Great Falls area. They then headed west out of Central Avenue to a well-known Lover's Lane located close to Wadsworth Park. Neither Patricia nor Dwayne was heard from again. Patricia's older sister had eloped when she was around the same age as Patricia was at the time, so her parents had initially assumed she had eloped with Dwayne. Dwayne was an airman stationed at Malmstrom Air Force Base, where he had recently risen to the rank of Sergeant Second Class. Here, he was assigned to the 29th Fighter Interceptor Squadron. Upon taking a closer look at Patricia's life and tendencies, they soon grew worried because, although the couple had discussed the idea of getting married, Patricia was hardly the type to elope. She was a diligent student and had high school classes to attend the next day. She also had dreams of going to college once she finished high school. In addition to this, the couple was known to adhere to Patricia's curfew and were not expected to stay out late. Dwayne was also well accepted by Patricia's family, who considered him to be part of the family, so all in all, the couple had no reasons to disappear voluntarily. That same night, 2 women and 2 airmen drove past a man lying on the ground between a car and a tree. They did not think much of this sighting and just assumed that the man was too inebriated to drive, and had simply passed out on the ground beside his car. Had they stopped and checked on the man, they would have discovered that the man was in fact deceased. The next morning, on the 3rd of January 1956, 3 young boys were taking a walk in the Great Falls area, discovering the remains of 18-year-old Lloyd Dwayne Bogle. His remains were positioned such that half his body was under his car, with the other half visible outside. Dwayne had his wrists tied behind his back with his own belt, and he had been shot through the skull. The car's ignition switch was still turned on, and the headlights were turned on. A coronial inquest recommended an autopsy be done on Dwayne's remains, and while investigators knew he was shot, they were unable to recover the bullet. Investigators were still trying to recover the bullet in hopes that it would give them contextual clues about the perpetrator. During the autopsy, it was discovered that Dwayne had likely been alive for hours after he was shot. A day later, on the 5th of January 1956, the remains of Patricia Kalitsky were recovered from a rocky ravine about 8 miles from where Dwayne's remains were found. She was found fully clothed, and her remains were at the edge of a 20-foot embankment just off of a highway around 6 miles northwest of central Montana. Both robbery and sexual assault were initially ruled out as motives, since an expensive camera was found in Dwayne's car, in addition to a $5 bill that was found in his wallet. There were no signs indicating that Patricia had been sexually assaulted when her remains were first examined. However, during her autopsy, it was discovered that she had likely been sexually assaulted. News articles that reported on the crime only mentioned this in passing, possibly since discussing the topic was not socially acceptable at the time. Although technology did not exist to analyze DNA evidence at the time, coroners still collected a vaginal swab, which they stored carefully for decades to come. They also found several wounds caused by blunt force trauma, indicating that a struggle had likely ensued between Patricia and the killer. That same day, investigators questioned a possible suspect in relation to the killings, which they had described as Chinese-style executions. There is no doubt that this term would not be used today, but at the time, it was far from being socially unacceptable. The personal details of this potential suspect were never released, but it was stated that he was an airman who worked with Dwayne. Just a few days prior to the killings, Patricia's mother had a conversation with Dwayne because he seemed visibly upset. She had asked him what was bothering him, to which he responded, "I've got the blues and just can't shake them," before going on to say that he had had an argument with a friend. This suspect was eventually ruled out. In November of 1989, investigators decided to look for the bullet in a tree nearby. In an interview with the Associated Press, Cascade County Sheriff Barry McLody stated, "The tree has always been of major interest to law enforcement officers because that's where he was killed, right at the tree." The recovery of the bullet used to kill Dwayne would allow investigators to identify the caliber of the weapon used to shoot him and determine if the bullet is potentially linked to any firearm confiscated in other incidents over the years. Sergeant Dick Duncan stated in the same interview that previous attempts to x-ray the tree were unsuccessful due to the size and density of its bark. The tree was around 80 feet tall, and its trunk was around 4.5 feet in diameter. Investigators planned to shave around 33 growth rings off its bottom half, according to Sheriff McLody. He stated, "Once we hit the 33-year mark on the tree, we should see an entry if the bullet went into the tree, a hole, a tunnel." Hopes of finding the perpetrator were renewed when investigators recovered bullets from the cottonwood tree. However, this hope was short-lived, as the bullets could not be matched to a firearm involved in another crime. While there weren't any substantial breakthroughs in this case, it was never stagnant, and investigators continued to pursue any and all leads they received. As many as 35 people were questioned in connection with the case. One of the potential suspects in this case was Edward Wayne Edwards, who had been arrested in Montana in 1956 for burglary. In 1955, he escaped from Akron prison and went on a spree, robbing gas stations across the country. In 1961, he was put on the FBI's most wanted list, after which he was caught in 1962. He was subsequently paroled in 1967. It wasn't until 2009 that he was arrested again, and in 2010, he pleaded guilty to killing 4 people: 29-year-old Billy Lavaco, 18-year-old Judith Straub, 19-year-old Tim Hack, and 19-year-old Kelly Drew. Edwards subsequently confessed to killing 25-year-old Danny Law Glockner in 2011. He also confessed to convincing Danny Boy, who was a soldier in the U.S. Army, to go AWOL. Edwards later shot Danny Boy and buried him in a shallow grave. He was sentenced to death in March of 2011 for his involvement in the death of Danny Boy, but he died in prison just 1 month later due to natural causes. The metaphorical point of connection between Edwards and the Kalitsky-Bogle killings was his M.O. Edwards was known to target couples in lovers' lanes, similar to where Patricia and Dwayne were when they were killed. His crimes were referred to as the Sweetheart Murders. Another suspect in the killings was James Joseph Whitey Bulger, who was a notorious criminal in the area. Bulger had been arrested for sexual assault in 1951. He was known to have been in the area when the killings occurred, but there was no evidence that could prove his involvement. As the years went by with no new leads, the trail for the man who killed Patricia and Dwayne went cold. In 2012, Sergeant John Cadner, the head of detectives for the CCSO, was assigned to this case. In a presentation, Sergeant Cadner stated that DNA evidence from the vaginal swab had been sent to the state crime lab in 2001 by Detective Phil Madison, who was investigating the case at the time. It was proven that the DNA was not Dwayne's and was subsequently entered into CODIS. There had been no matches since then. After being assigned to the case, Sergeant Cadner worked with Bode Technology to recreate the DNA sample. In 2019, they had successfully recreated the sample recovered. This time, in addition to comparing it with the samples entered in CODIS, they also decided to compare it to DNA submitted by members of the public to open-source DNA databases. Open-source DNA databases are used by people who want to conduct independent research into their family trees. Just a year prior, in 2018, the Golden State Killer had been apprehended because members of his family had submitted their DNA to a similar open-source DNA database, subsequently leading to his identification and arrest. The sample uploaded by Sergeant Cadner was compatible with those uploaded by 3 other people, and investigators got into contact with them and their family members. DNA samples were collected, and it was determined that the most likely match for the DNA sample recovered from Patricia Kalitsky's remains was Kenneth Gould. Sergeant Cadner stated in an interview with NPR, "It was great, because for the first time in 65 years, we finally had a direction and a place to investigate. Because that was all theories until then. We finally got a game, and we got a name. It changed the whole dynamic of the case." They did, however, have another problem. Kenneth Gould had passed away in 2007, and his remains had been cremated. Authorities then reached out to his children and explained the case to them, following which they agreed to submit their DNA for comparison. Investigators were initially skeptical about approaching them, but they were fully cooperative. Sergeant Cadner stated in an interview with the Waco Tribune-Herald, "I wasn't sure how they were going to react when I come to them saying, 'Hey, your dad's a suspect in this case,' but they were great to work with." When their DNA was compared with the DNA found at the scene, it matched. Kenneth Gould was a Great Falls native who was known to ride his horses around the Vineyard Road area, where Patricia's remains had been found. He lived close to Patricia's parents at one point, but beyond this, he had no connection to either Patricia or Dwayne. When Kenneth Gould was 25, he married a 16-year-old, which is the same age Patricia was at the time of the killings. A month after the killings, Kenneth Gould uprooted his whole life and moved his family to Tracy, before moving to Geraldine, then to Hamilton, before finally moving out of the state of Montana to Missouri, never to return. It was finally announced that Kenneth Gould was the most likely suspect in the killings, since he was deceased at the time, and his guilt could therefore not be irrefutably proven without a fair trial. Sergeant Cadner stated, "Obviously, I can't put the gun in his hand. But when you put everything together, there's no doubt in my mind that he's the suspect. Kenneth Gould's daughter reportedly told Sergeant Cadner, "You never know. Some people just have secrets they never told anybody." The families of Dwayne Bogle and Patricia Kalitsky were finally contacted and offered the closure they had spent over 65 years waiting for. While they were happy to finally have answers, the revelation also opened old wounds for the families, especially for the people who were old enough to have known the couple personally. Sergeant Cadner stated, "They are excited, but at the same time, it brought back a lot of memories. You had two young, vibrant individuals that were well-liked among their peer group. Investigators poured their hearts and soul into this case. They leave a little bit of themselves from what I've seen." Patricia Kalitsky's sister, who was the only surviving member of the family, had advanced dementia by the time her sister's killer was identified. The Bogle family had been torn apart for years, with stories about what might have happened to Dwayne, including unsubstantiated rumors that he had been involved with the mob. Dwayne was survived by his niece, Karen Bogle McCarthy, who was 54 at the time. Her father, James Bogle, was Dwayne's younger brother and had idolized him growing up. In an interview with the New York Times, Karen stated, "It's like it just happened yesterday. So if I was asked, is this great modern technology a great thing? I would say, on balance, yes, for my generation, a generation once removed. But it definitely reopens old wounds that have had a chance to crust over." In an interview with KRTV, Edgar Wilson, who was Kenneth Gould's neighbor for 10 years in Missouri, stated, "I can't believe this stuff about Ken. I just plain do not believe it. He was easygoing and soft-spoken. He didn't drink, he didn't raise Cain. I never heard him cuss in my life. Just a real good man." During his time in Missouri, Kenneth Gould lived on a farm with his family, where he raised sheep and goats and was a horse trainer with a stellar reputation. It is impossible to know the motive behind this crime, because the only 3 people who could potentially shed light on it are all deceased. All we know for sure at this point in time is that, like Kenneth Gould's daughter stated, some people just have secrets they never tell. The 1984 case of Virginia Hannon. 59-year-old Virginia Hannon lived in a relatively quiet neighborhood in Pembroke, Massachusetts. She had spent most of her life working as the lunch lady at a local elementary school called Bryantville Elementary School, and almost everyone in the neighborhood had witnessed her kindness and caring nature firsthand. She loved working with kids and was known to be really good at cooking. She lived a quiet, humble life and was quite hospitable to her neighbors, so everyone who knew her was shocked and horrified when on the 13th of February, 1984, someone broke into Virginia's home and killed her. Virginia had lived alone because her husband had passed away 13 years before her death. The quaint yellow house she lived in quickly became a symbol of kindness in the area, and Virginia would often offer juice, cookies, and baked goods to the neighborhood kids who would often stop by the house. She was also known to feed and care for the stray animals that would wander into the area. She had actually retired from her job early because her aunt, who lived in California, had left Virginia around $380,000 when she passed away. She was fairly open about the inheritance to everyone who asked because she had no inhibitions when it came to sharing details about her life with other people, even if they were strangers. While it was known that she had stored a majority of the amount in the bank, it was widely speculated that she kept a part of the inheritance in cash hidden around her house. This has never been confirmed as the actual cause for the break-in and attack on Virginia, but it is possible that the news of the money she had hidden around the house could have been heard by the wrong type of person. The last known sighting of Virginia was on the evening of the 11th of February, 1984, which was a Saturday. Virginia and a friend of hers named Dolly Harmouth had gone to church together. The church they attended was called St. Joseph's Church, and it was around 4 miles away from Virginia's house. The evening mass commenced at around 5 p.m., like usual, and the women had stayed for the entirety of the mass, before driving to their usual dinner spot, which was BR's restaurant. This restaurant was around 7 miles away from the church, and they would eat dinner there every week after mass. Dolly was the last person to see Virginia alive, other than the perpetrator, and she dropped Virginia off at her house at around 7:30 p.m. Dolly did say that Virginia struggled to breathe while climbing the steps to her house, but this was normal for Virginia. She has a health condition called emphysema, which made it difficult for her to breathe if she did anything too physically taxing. Nobody in the neighborhood heard from her or saw her on Sunday, so it is believed that the attack likely happened shortly after she returned home from church. Virginia was the primary caregiver for her stepfather, who also lived in the neighborhood, and she would normally prepare his lunch every day and take it over to his house. However, on Monday, the 13th of February, lunchtime had come and passed, but there was no sign of Virginia. Her stepfather's help had actually been trying to contact her to see if she had a spare key to his house, but had been unable to reach her. So, she decided to stop by Virginia's house to see if everything was okay and ask for the key in person. It was then that the house help discovered that Virginia had been killed in her bed. Signs of serious physical injury could be seen, even though her blanket had been used to cover her up. Investigators were immediately called to the scene, and they found a pair of nylon stockings, which they believe was used to kill Virginia. In addition to this, there was a shoe print on her stomach area, which led investigators to believe that the perpetrator kicked her at some point during the attack. This death came as a shock to the entire neighborhood, because Virginia was so well liked by everyone in the community, and it was difficult for people to think of someone who would want to harm her. The front door and a window next to it had been tampered with, which indicated that the attacker broke into the house, and Virginia did not let them in out of her own free will. In addition to this, Dolly had told investigators that when they went to dinner, Virginia had a $100 bill in her wallet, but when her wallet was checked by police, the $100 bill was gone. This indicated that robbery could have been a possible motive for the attack, and this is actually why a lot of people believe the attack was carried out, because the perpetrator thought she had a part of the inheritance money in the house. The search for the attacker led nowhere, because investigators were unable to identify any suspects. Her neighbors had also not heard anything unusual on the night of her death that might have indicated a struggle. Without any clues or leads, it became difficult for police to identify a suspect. In 2018, the evidence found at the scene of the crime was retested, and a male DNA profile was generated from it. But unfortunately, there was nothing to compare this DNA with, so the trail for Virginia's killer went cold. Around 37 years passed before the police caught their big break. On the 3rd of February 2020, a 58-year-old man named Jesse Allyward passed away. A year prior to his death, Jesse had told a friend of his that he was responsible for the death of Virginia Hannon. After Jesse passed away, this friend informed police of this occurrence, and they used a blood sample from Jesse's remains to compare his DNA to the DNA found at the scene. It was a match. Jesse had been 22 years old at the time of Virginia's death. In March of 2021, the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office announced the news to the public, while also stating that there was no known connection between Jesse and Virginia prior to the attack, and that she likely did not know him. Virginia's nephew, Richard Hannon, and his wife, Judy Hannon, have since come forward to express their gratitude to the police officers who kept working on Virginia's case throughout the years. This really is one of the cases that really reinforces how the development of forensic technology can spearhead the effort to solve cold cases and bring closure to victims' families. The cold case of Janet Brochu. 20-year-old Janet Brochu had gone out with some of her friends on the 23rd of December, 1987. She left the bar 45 minutes before her friends did, with a man they had met and gotten acquainted with mere hours before her disappearance. Little did her friends know that when Janet left the bar that night, they were seeing her alive for the last time. The group of friends initially went bowling and had plans to go get drinks together afterwards. They went to the Waterville bowling alley, and it is here that the group met and got acquainted with two men who were also bowling there. In fact, they got along so well that they planned to regroup later on during the night at a bar and lounge spot called T. Woody's, which was located on the Waterville concourse. The two groups then went their separate ways. When Janet and her friends reached T. Woody's, everyone was allowed inside, except for Janet. This was because the legal drinking age in Maine had been increased to 21 in July of 1985, and Janet was only 20 years old. By this time, it was almost midnight, and the men they had met earlier had also arrived at the bar. One of these men told Janet he would drop her back at her house, and she accepted this offer. She was last seen by her friends leaving the bar with this man. Shortly after they left, though, the man returned to the bar alone to get Janet's purse. She had accidentally forgotten her purse at the bar, and he had come back inside to get it while she was waiting in the car. After Janet had left, her friends stayed at the bar for around another 45 minutes before leaving. Janet did not return home that night, and her parents, Albert Brochu and Geraldine Brochu, contacted investigators on the morning of the 24th of December to report their daughter as missing. It was also possible for Janet to need medical assistance because she was diabetic and took insulin on a regular basis to regulate her blood sugar levels. The search for Janet began almost immediately after the missing persons report was filed. Police spoke to the man who had offered to take Janet home the night before, but he claimed that when he went back to the parking lot after fetching Janet's purse, she appeared to be sick. Because of this, he told her he could no longer take her home, and according to him, this was the last time he saw her, and he claimed to have no involvement in her disappearance. The search for Janet continued for 3 months, until the 18th of March, 1988, when a man found her remains floating near the Waverly Dam in the Sabist-Cook River. Her remains were found in an unclothed state. An autopsy was performed on her remains, but the medical examiner could not determine the cause of Janet's death. While it was believed that her body had been submerged in the water from the night she had disappeared, no further statements could be made about how she had died. In addition to this, investigators also thought it was a possibility that she either jumped off the bridge or was pushed off the bridge, which begs the question, if she had jumped, what happened to her clothes? Granted, it had been 3 months since she likely died, and her clothes would have gone through severe decomposition due to exposure to the elements, but they would have been there just the same. In addition to this, only a couple of months after Janet's remains were discovered, a 23-year-old woman from Waterville was also killed in a manner that bore uncanny similarities to how Janet was killed. This woman was Geraldine Ann Finn, who was last seen on the 9th of August, 1988, at a bar. She had gone out to Pete and Larry's, which was a bar on Upper Main Street. While she was in the company of her coworkers, a man walked over to speak with her. This man was described as being around 5 foot 10 inches tall and possibly weighing around 150 pounds. He had dark hair, and one distinct feature that her friends remembered was the tattoo of a diamond he had on his shoulder. Geraldine's remains were found near Skohagen by a man who was taking a walk around his land. The land was near a wooded area. Geraldine had also been found unclothed. However, this time, investigators had enough evidence to apprehend the killer, who was 29-year-old Gerald Goodall. Gerald was found guilty of killing Geraldine Finn and received a sentence of 75 years. Following his arrest and conviction, he was also questioned extensively in relation to Janet Brochu's death, but he denied any involvement in her death. Due to a lack of evidence, investigators could not charge him with killing Janet, but they strongly believed that he was the perpetrator, due to the numerous similarities between the cases. Unfortunately, the lack of evidence did result in Janet's case going cold for more than 3 decades. It wasn't until May of 2021 that they were finally able to arrest Gerald for killing Janet Brochu. Since the case is still through the legal system, the nature of the new evidence found is still unspecified. While an article published in the Bangor Daily News on the 22nd of August, 1988, states that Gerald had seen Janet briefly at the bar's parking lot on the night of her death, no statements have been made that verify whether he was the man who was supposed to drive her home. An official arraignment hearing is yet to occur in this case, which has been attributed to the difficult circumstances that the world is presently in. Unfortunately, Geraldine Brochu died in 2015, and Albert Brochu passed away in January of 2021, mere months before Janet's killer would be brought to justice. So neither of her parents were able to see their daughter's case resolved. As for the new evidence, we will have to wait and see what the arraignment hearing brings to light. The cold case of Leola Jordan. Even in 2021, the Picayune Police Department was working tirelessly to solve a 2-decade-old cold case. A family needed answers. These answers came in the form of DNA test results, just 1 month prior to the 23rd anniversary of Leola Jordan's death. Everyone in the neighborhood loved Leola, and the horrific manner that she was killed left them all begging for answers. Leola lived in a relatively quiet neighborhood in the Pearl River County of Picayune, Mississippi. People from her neighborhood described Leola as being friendly and well-liked. She had lived there all her life and had 7 children, all of whom grew up in the neighborhood. On the 30th of June, 1998, Leola Jordan had been attacked with a knife in her home on Washington Street and died as a result of her injuries. Investigators believed that the perpetrator was let into the house by Leola herself, because there was no sign of the locks on her doors or windows to suggest that they had been tampered with. Several members of Leola's family also told investigators that she always locked her front door, so it was unlikely that the killer walked in on his own. From the crime scene, investigators initially determined that there may have been a fight or disagreement of some kind when Leola woke up, which escalated and resulted in the killer attacking her before fleeing the scene of the crime. For almost 23 years, this case remained unsolved. That was until Captain Rhonda Jones of the Picayune Police Department began to review Leola's case in October of 2020. She worked in collaboration with a popular show called Cold Justice, which is produced by the Oxygen Network. Due to a lack of resources, the police department took the help of the show to get DNA evidence found at the scene of the crime to be tested. The show helped them send it to a private facility which had a much quicker turnaround time. When the crime scene was first processed back in 1998, investigators collected almost a dozen samples of the nightgown Leola was wearing when she was killed, in the hopes that they could potentially find the killer's DNA on it. But since the Picayune Police Department did not have the resources to process this DNA evidence, it remained untested till 2021. The result of the DNA testing was what allowed investigators to finally arrest the man responsible for killing Leola Jordan, her now 47-year-old grandson, Sergio A. Williams. Her family was finally able to receive some sort of closure with regard to the death of the person they described as the matriarch of the family. In fact, Leola was scheduled to visit her granddaughter for her nursing school pinning ceremony, which was taking place in Joliet just the day after she was killed. Several of the investigating officers who responded to the scene, including Picayune Police Chief Freddie Drennan and Assistant Chief of Police Jeremy Magri, have stated that the horrific nature of the crime made it extremely important for them to solve the case. They've also stated that they are grateful to be able to provide closure to Leola's family after all these years.
If you want to eat healthy and feel your best, you gotta try Kachava. Kachava is the world's healthiest all-in-one meal shake. It's made with over 70...
Nature gathering its forces for still another unending assault on man.
1-800-EMBASSY for residents. Sounds like it came right out of a zombie movie.
Computers are living in homes with basements. Go below.